Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
The Sea God Who Traveled Through Greek Mythology. Part 1. Fu Na, an ordinary rural girl, worked 3 jobs every day just to buy a house of her own in the big city. In the morning, she helped out at a breakfast shop, preparing breakfast for customers. At noon, she worked as a waitress in a restaurant, busily taking orders and serving food. At night, she went to a supermarket to work as a cashier, only returning home late at night. Though her life was busy, she never gave up on her dreams. She knew that only through her own efforts could she establish herself in this city. She persevered silently every day, striving hard for her future. Even though her work was exhausting, she never complained. She knew this was the path she had chosen, and only by persevering could she realize her dreams. She believed that as long as she worked hard, she would one day be able to buy a house of her own in this city and live the life she wanted. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Over time, Funa collapsed from exhaustion and transmigrated to this crystal wall world while her consciousness was blurred, finding herself in a strange space. She was surrounded by multicolored lights, dreamlike and ethereal. She tried hard to see her surroundings clearly, but her body was unable to move. Gradually, Funa's consciousness cleared, and she found herself inside a shell. The interior of the shell emitted a soft light, giving her a warm and reassuring feeling. She tried to push the shell open but found she could not do it. Just as Fu Na felt confused and helpless, she suddenly heard a mysterious voice ringing in her ear. Welcome to the Crystal Wall world, Fu Na. You are the chosen one, burdened with an important mission. Fu Na looked around in surprise, trying to find the source of the voice. Do not look for me, I am the guardian of this world. When you pass through the crystal wall, you will enter another world. Do you wish to enter? Enter. Funa used all her strength to slowly pass through the airflow of the crystal wall, arriving in another world and entering a shell within the Greek mythology world. In this world, chaos had just birthed the 5 great primordial gods: Gaia, goddess of the earth; Nyx, goddess of night; Erebus, the embodiment of darkness; Tartarus, the god of the abyss; and Eros, the incarnation of love and lust. However, because Eros scattered the aura of love and lust everywhere, he was eventually broken apart by the 4 other primordial gods. Yet, the aura of primordial desire was not dispersed. This led to the later release of the gods' unprincipled desires, but that is a story for another time. Due to the movements of the goddess of the earth, uneven places were created upon the land. The raised parts were called mountains, and the goddess of the earth birthed Oria, the god of the mountains. The sunken pits formed the sea, and the goddess of the earth birthed Pontus, the primordial sea god. He symbolized the great pit that essentially forms the body of the sea, a geological sea god, as well as Uranus, the god of the sky. At this time, the shell where Fu Na resided was gestating in the sea. She was a pearl left behind by chaos. Although she was not a primordial god, she was the bright pearl of chaos. As time passed, the shell opened with a pop, and Fu Na transformed into a demigod. She understood the meaning of her existence. The chaos world named her Thalassa. Upon receiving this information, she solemnly proclaimed her arrival to the chaos world. I, Thalassa, am the goddess of saltwater and also the sea goddess. I rule over the saltwater domain and will bestow endless vitality and prosperity upon the future of the ocean. In my embrace, the saltwater will nurture a rich variety of aquatic life. They will dart and swim through the ocean, forming a brilliant and colorful underwater world. From tiny plankton to massive whales, every creature has found its way to survive in this saltwater. In the future, the saltwater will also bring rich minerals and sea salt. These treasures are indispensable components of the marine ecosystem. Minerals nourish marine life, allowing them to thrive. Sea salt adds unique flavor and value to the ocean. I, Thalassa, witness the progress and development of the ocean. I will use the power of saltwater to drive the ocean's circulation, regulate the climate, and maintain the ocean's ecological balance. Under my care, the ocean will continuously evolve, revealing endless charm and mystery. Let us revere the ocean together and protect this magical saltwater world, allowing it to continue bringing well-being and hope to marine life. I, Thalassa, am the master of the archipelagos in the sea, adding various beauties to the ocean. All the archipelagos are like pearls in the sea, providing a place of rest for all passing travelers. I will inspect my territory every day to ensure every island is full of life and vitality. I will let the waves gently lap against the beaches, let the sea breeze softly blow through the woods, and let the sunlight warmly shine upon every corner. I will also pay attention to every passing traveler, providing them with the help and support they need. I will let them feel the warmth and friendliness of the ocean, allowing them to leave behind beautiful memories here. In my territory, every life is respected and protected. I will allow the creatures in the ocean to grow and reproduce freely, letting them find their home here. I, Thalassa, am the master of the archipelagos in the sea and the guardian of the ocean. I will use my power and wisdom to keep this ocean forever full of life and vitality. When the proclamation was finished, many islands appeared in the sea, scattered like stars. The laws descended with a deep blue ocean divinity and a blue-green island divinity. After the divinities entered Thalassa's body, Thalassa became a goddess of weak divine power. At the same time, the ocean divinity and island divinity derived her priesthoods as the saltwater goddess who promotes marine vitality, while the priesthood birthed by the ocean was still evolving. At this time, there was only saltwater and microorganisms in the sea, and the master of the islands in the sea. At this time, there were only a few marine organisms in the sea, many microorganisms in the saltwater, and minerals. The climate only consisted of the saltiness and humidity of the seawater. Fortunately, she skipped the rank of weakest divine power and directly became a mid-stage deity of weak divine power. This was the law's recognition of her and an acknowledgement of the contribution she would make to the prosperity of the chaos world. The gods of the chaos world are divided into deities of weakest divine power, feeble divine power, weak divine power, lesser divine power, intermediate divine power, greater divine power, strong divine power, great divine power, and finally the primordial gods. The divine power ranks are further divided into 4 stages: initial, mid, high, and peak. In the initial stage of the chaos world, everything was still in chaos. Although the 5 great primordial gods possessed the highest status, their power was not absolutely strong. They also had moments of weakness, such as during the process of creation and gestation. In this world, the power of gods is not fixed but continuously develops and changes with time and various factors. Thalassa, this deity who later became a goddess of weak divine power, might have been inconspicuous in the initial stage of the world. Her power might have been relatively weak, but she possessed a firm will and an unyielding spirit. When facing difficulties and challenges, she never backed down but instead strove hard to continuously improve her strength. As time passed, the chaos world gradually developed and grew. Various life forms were born and reproduced in this world, and the power of the gods was further enhanced. In this process, Thalassa, relying on her own efforts and wisdom, gradually became a respected deity. However, Thalassa was not satisfied with this. She knew well that in this world full of challenges and opportunities, only by making continuous progress could she maintain her position and power. Thus, she continued to cultivate diligently, exploring higher realms of divine power. Thalassa sat quietly on the coastline, gazing at the surging waves, her heart pondering how to obtain more godheads or divine power. She knew that beyond fulfilling her divine duties every day, most life in the ocean was still in its embryonic stage. Currently, the ocean only contained whales, dolphins, and some aquatic creatures, which was not rich enough. She needed to find other methods. She recalled those ancient legends which said that in distant places, there were mysterious powers that could help deities improve and find other ways. She recalled those ancient legends which said that in distant places, there were mysterious powers that could increase divine power and godheads. Thalassa wandered among the islands in the sea, listening to the sound of the waves, and an idea seemed to form in her heart. She decided to seek out more godheads to enhance her power. She swam toward the deep sea, searching for those mysterious powers hidden in the depths of the ocean floor. In the dark seabed, she discovered some ancient and mysterious divine powers, which contained powerful wisdom. Thalassa explored these places cautiously. She felt the immense power within them but also sensed the dangers. Utilizing her ocean powers, she avoided several mysterious hazards, knowing that these dangers nurtured marine life. Thalassa was the incarnation of the ocean, possessing endless divine power. Whenever she used her divine power to beat against the shore, The thumping sound was like the passionate beating of drums, shaking the entire ocean. Seawater rushed into the hollows on the islands, producing a crisp sound like the melodious notes of a flute, echoing between heaven and earth. Inspired by these beautiful sounds, Thalassa decided to use her divine power to create a flute. She drew the purest water droplets from the ocean and condensed them into a crystal clear flute. This flute emitted a mysterious glow, as if it contained the power and wisdom of the ocean. When Thalassa played this flute, the beautiful music spread throughout the entire ocean. Some marine creatures were attracted by the music and gathered around her, swimming joyfully. Aquatic creatures leapt out of the water, dancing to the music. The creatures of the ocean were all immersed in this beautiful melody, feeling Thalassa's divine power and warmth. From then on, the sound of Thalassa's flute became one of the most beautiful sounds in the ocean. Whenever aquatic creatures heard the melodious flute, they would think of the greatness and mystery of the ocean, feeling Thalassa's presence and power. Thalassa was immersed in that mysterious rhythm, her body involuntarily swaying with the beat. Her hands waved in the air as if communicating with an invisible force. However, although she felt the resonance of the drum and flute, she always felt that some key elements were still missing. She closed her eyes and felt everything around her with her heart. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound of waves, a sound that seemed to come from a distant place yet was so clear. Thalassa opened her eyes, looked toward the ocean, and an impulse surged in her heart. She walked toward the seaside, her steps light and firm. As she stepped onto the beach, the waves lapped at her feet, bringing a cool sensation. She took a deep breath, feeling the sea breeze blowing, and then began to dance. Her dance movements echoed the rise and fall of the waves and blended with the blowing of the sea breeze. Her body seemed to merge with nature, becoming a part of that mysterious rhythm. At this moment, she finally found that missing feeling, the connection with nature and the resonance with all things. During Thalassa's dance, the drum and flute created by her divine power also seemed to gain new life. Their sounds became more passionate and moving. The entire world was immersed in this beautiful melody, as if time itself had stopped. Thalassa realized that some rhythm was missing. Putting these thoughts aside, she sat on a rock, her fingers falling lightly on the flute, and notes jumped out like elves, stringing together into a beautiful tune. Her eyes revealed focus and intoxication, as if she were in a musical world that belonged only to her. As the tune progressed, her thoughts gradually drifted away, recalling Greek poetry. Those ancient and mysterious verses were like stars twinkling in the night sky, illuminating her soul. She thought of those great poets who used words to depict love, war, nature, and the various aspects of life. An impulse surged in her heart to use her music to express respect for these poems. Thus, she began to incorporate elements of Greek poetry into the tune, letting the music and poetry blend and complement each other. Under her performance, the tune became more layered and infectious. The listeners also seemed to be attracted by her music, immersing themselves in it and feeling the charm of music and poetry. When the last note fell, she slowly stood up, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. She knew she had interpreted the beauty of Greek poetry through music and allowed more people to feel their charm. Thalassa began to softly chant. Listen, the sorrow of the waves, as if telling a story. Look, the boundlessness of the sea, it connects with the sky. Watch, your troubles will vanish instantly. What is possessed is beautiful scenery. What is heard is the sound of the waves. Ah, the fish have begun to dance, the crabs walk in winding paths. Oh, ocean, you are the vast heart of the world's people. Oh, ocean, you are immeasurable wealth. Oh, ocean, you are precious pearls. Oh, ocean, you are like a hero, giving selflessly, leaving us forever mindful. When the poem ended, the laws looked at Thalassa, a mysterious light flashing in their eyes, yet they did not descend a godhead for a long time. Thalassa's heart was full of expectation, but as time passed, a hint of disappointment gradually appeared in her eyes. However, Thalassa did not give up, she began to perfect herself. She knew well that only by constantly improving herself could she better face the test of the laws. She closed her eyes, immersed in her inner world, feeling everything around her with her heart. Her power was constantly gathering, and her body emitted a dazzling light. In this process, Thalassa's heart became even more determined. She believed that as long as she persevered, she would surely gain the recognition of the laws. Finally, the laws seemed to feel Thalassa's effort and determination. A mysterious light descended from the sky, enveloping Thalassa. She felt a powerful force being injected into her body. It was the godhead bestowed upon her by the laws. Thalassa opened her eyes, her gaze filled with joy and gratitude. She knew this was the result of her hard work and the laws' recognition of her. From then on, she would possess even greater power to protect this world. Thalassa gazed at the three-week divine power godheads before her, poetry, music, and dance, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. She knew these three godheads contained endless creativity and artistic power, but she always felt something was still missing. She closed her eyes and quietly felt everything around her. Suddenly, an image appeared in her mind, a surging ocean with waves crashing against the shore, making a loud sound. In the depths of the ocean, she saw a godhead shining with blue light. That was the power of the ocean. Thalassa opened her eyes, her heart suddenly enlightened. She understood that while poetry, music, and dance were important components of art, they still needed the power of the ocean to give them deeper meaning and emotion. The ocean represented the source of life, endless possibilities, and mysterious power. It could make art more vivid and infectious. Thalassa decided to integrate the power of the ocean into poetry, music, and dance to create a brand new art form. She believed this fusion would bring unexpected results, allowing people to feel the true charm of art. Suddenly, the divinities of music, dance, and poetry descended from the sky. They shone with a brilliant light, illuminating the entire world. Marine life felt an unprecedented artistic aura and immersed themselves in this wonderful atmosphere. However, Thalassa felt as if something was still missing. She gazed at these divinities, pondering the essence of art. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She realized what was missing was writing, a script used for recording and documentation. Thalassa immersed herself in memories of Washa mythology, her heart surging at the story of Kangji creating characters. She decided to play the role of Kangji in Chaos World and create a script belonging to the ocean. Thalassa waved the divine staff in her hand, and the seawater surged and churned under her command. She gazed at the waves, inspiration flooding in like a tide. She used mysterious symbols and patterns to depict the power, beauty, and mystery of the ocean. As time passed, Thalassa created a unique writing system. These characters were like spirits of the ocean, agile and full of vitality. Thalassa taught these characters to the creatures of the sea, allowing them to record their own stories and wisdom. From then on, the oceans of Chaos World were filled with mysterious characters, witnessing the history and changes of the sea. Thalassa's pioneering act not only enriched marine culture but also made her a cultural pioneer of the oceanic world. In the world of chaos, Thalassa created a script suitable for all creatures. The emergence of this writing provided a massive impetus for the advancement of this world's civilization. The laws generously bestowed the divinities of writing and history, enabling creatures to better record and pass down their culture and knowledge. Over time, creatures began to use this script to write their own histories, stories, and legends. They used writing to record their wisdom and experience, ensuring these precious treasures could be passed down. The appearance of writing also promoted communication and cooperation between different creatures, allowing them to share their ideas and knowledge through text to jointly promote the world's development. In this process, some creatures gradually became the guardians of writing and history. They dedicated themselves to studying and passing on the mysteries of the script, ensuring these precious cultural heritages would not be forgotten. Their efforts made the world of chaos more colorful, and civilization continued to progress and develop. As the divinities descended, Thalassa integrated them into her body. Instantly, her body emitted a dazzling light. The poetry divinity gave her beautiful verses, the music divinity made her voice as pleasant as heavenly music, the writing divinity enabled her to write moving chapters, the history divinity allowed her to understand the rise and fall of the past, and the dance divinity made her posture light and graceful. These divinities fused with each other to form the divinity of arts and literature. Thalassa began to create. Her poetry was full of musical rhythm, her music contained the poetic conception of verses, her writing depicted magnificent scrolls, her history told the stories of humanity, and her dance displayed the agility of life. Gods would be attracted by Thalassa's works and come to appreciate them. The beauty of her arts and literature spread throughout the world, and in the future, it would allow humanity to feel endless joy and emotion. Thalassa would become the goddess of art in people's hearts, her name forever engraved in the long river of history. Since then, the deity Thalassa possessed three unique divinities. Her ocean divinity gave her the power to control the seas, with the surging waves and the deep, mysterious underwater world all under her rule. The literature and art divinity made her a symbol of art and civilization, granting humanity inspiration and creativity, allowing the flowers of art to bloom in the world. Furthermore, her island divinity made her the guardian of islands, keeping those beautiful isles peaceful and serene under her protection. When the divinities of art and civilization merged once more to form the literature and art divinity, Thalassa's power was further enhanced. Her existence not only filled the ocean with life and vitality, but she also promoted to a low-level, first-rank deity, jumping two sub-ranks at once. The literature and art class divinity was currently a weak divine power divinity because humans had not yet been created in the world of chaos, making it unsuitable for the birth of such divinities. How can I obtain an art-type divinity? Thalassa pondered. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to think of something and began to take action. Thalassa used wood and stone to grind out a knife-like tool, then began to shave wood chips off a wooden board. She worked with focus, every stroke carrying her determination and skill. Wood shavings fell in a flurry, dancing like snowflakes. Before long, many reliefs resembling wave-like patterns appeared on the wooden board. These patterns were lifelike, as if one could feel the rise and fall and the power of the ocean waves. Thalassa looked at her work with satisfaction, a gratified smile appearing on her face. However, Thalassa did not stop her creation. She decided to add some decorative patterns to these reliefs to make them more vivid and beautiful. She found some fine sand, carefully mixed it, and then meticulously applied it to the wooden board. After a period of effort, Thalassa finally completed her work. This piece not only showcased her skill and talent but also expressed her love for nature and life. Since reliefs have appeared, then carving can also be carried out, right? Thalassa found a tree root. She gazed at the root in her hand, its shape was like a swimming fish. An impulse to create surged in her heart, and she decided to use a stone knife to carve out the likeness of this fish. She swung the stone knife with total concentration, every cut containing her heart's blood and skill. As time passed, the outline of the fish gradually became clear, scales, fins, and even the eyes were lifelike. However, Thalassa was not satisfied with just this. She knew well that a true work of art required the blessing of divine power. Thus, she closed her eyes, concentrated her mind, and infused her divine power into the carving. Under the nourishment of divine power, the carved fish seemed to come to life. Its scales shimmered with a mysterious light, and its fins swayed gently as if it were swimming in water. Thalassa looked at her work, her heart filled with joy and satisfaction. She knew that this carving was not just a work of art, but a hymn to nature and life. Seeing the completion of the carving, Thalassa was very happy. So she gathered many wooden boards, blocks, and tree roots, immersing herself once again in the joy of carving. She carved many animals, birds, snakes, bears, tigers, and various other creatures, as well as reliefs of flowers, grass, and trees. Among them, the tallest piece was a map of mountains and seas depicting forests, trees, and the ocean. It was a perfect work of art, and Thalassa liked it particularly. Looking at these works, Thalassa gathered them together, thinking they could be given as gifts to other deities, they would make for quite good presents. Thalassa, the sea goddess, rose from the depths of the ocean. She was draped in a robe woven from pearls and shells, and her long hair drifted like seaweed. Her eyes revealed a longing for the unknown world and a responsibility for the ocean's prosperity. Her silky long hair fluttered in the wind, light as seaweed. She walked with light steps along the coastline. The waves gently lapped at her feet, bringing a hint of coolness. She came to a peaceful bay where the water was crystal clear and fish swam freely. Thalassa crouched down, gently touching the seawater with her hand, feeling its warmth and power. She closed her eyes and listened quietly to the sound of the waves, as if she could hear the heartbeat of the ocean. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. She realized that the prosperity of the ocean was more than just the reproduction of marine life. At the end of the beach, Thalassa saw a beautiful coral reef. The colorful fish and various wonderful creatures on the reef filled her with wonder. Thalassa walked along the beach toward the mountain forests, the sunlight spilling over her, reflecting her beautiful silhouette. Along the way, she saw the masterpieces of Gaia, goddess of the earth, dense forests, colorful flowers, and vibrant animals. Her heart was filled with respect and gratitude for Gaia. At this time, Thalassa crossed high mountains and traversed plains, looking at the flowers and plants condensed by divine power on the land. She stopped and started, picking many flowers and weaving them into wreaths and crowns. She came to a beautiful garden where the flowers were multicolored and competing in beauty. Thalassa was attracted by these beautiful flowers. She walked into the garden and carefully admired each one. She saw a pink rose with petals so delicate they seemed to be dripping. She gently plucked the rose and placed it in her palm, feeling its fragrance. Thalassa continued to stroll through the garden and saw a butterfly flying among the flowers. The butterfly's wings shimmered with multicolored light as it darted through the blossoms, as if playing with the flowers. Thalassa was attracted by the butterfly and chased after it, wanting to catch it. But the butterfly flew too fast, and no matter how she tried, Thalassa could not catch it. Finally, Thalassa gave up the chase and sat on a bench in the garden, admiring the beautiful scenery around her. She felt her mood become very pleasant, enjoying this moment of peace and beauty. When she finally arrived at Gaia's residence, she was stunned by the sight before her. Gaia's residence was surrounded by beautiful gardens and clear streams, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers and a fresh atmosphere. Thalassa entered the residence and saw Gaia sitting on a magnificent chair, smiling at her. Thalassa bowed to Gaia, expressing her respect and gratitude. Respected and prosperous goddess of the earth, please forgive my unannounced visit. I am Thalassa, goddess of the ocean, salt water, and arts. After speaking, Thalassa presented the wreaths, crowns, and the landscape relief she had made herself. Gaia smiled, accepted the gifts, and nodded. Then she stood up, walked to Thalassa's side, and gently stroked her hair. Thalassa, you are the sea goddess, and you have also brought life and beauty to this world, Gaia said. Hearing Gaia's words, Thalassa's heart was filled with pride and joy. She decided to work harder to protect the ocean in this world, making them even more beautiful and prosperous. Gaia carefully examined the gifts from Thalassa, her eyes sparkling with surprise and affection. She gently placed the gifts in the most prominent position in the house, making them the focus of the entire room. It was an exquisite landscape relief. The delicate lines and brilliant colors showcased Thalassa's superb craftsmanship while also displaying the beautiful scenery of the land. Gaia couldn't help but praise, Thalassa, your craftsmanship is truly wonderful. This gift is simply a work of art. Her praise made Thalassa feel incredibly proud and happy. Thalassa smiled and said, Gaia, I'm glad you like it. I spent a lot of time and thought on it, hoping it would bring you joy. Gaia looked at Thalassa gratefully, her heart filled with warmth. She knew that this gift was not just an object, but an expression of Thalassa's deep affection for her. After talking for a while, Gaia introduced many interesting things about the land to Thalassa. Having roughly understood the information she needed, Thalassa began to take her leave of Gaia, goddess of the earth. Before leaving, Thalassa accepted the gems, jade, and ores handed to her by Gaia, her eyes sparkling with joy. She carefully examined these beautiful gifts, feeling their weight and texture. Gems of various colors sparkled with a charming light under the sun, the jade was warm and smooth, and the ores emitted a mysterious aura. Thalassa said gratefully to Gaia, Thank you, Gaia, goddess of the earth. These gifts are too precious, I will cherish them well. I will visit you again when I have the chance. Gaia replied with a smile, You're welcome, Thalassa. These gems, jade, and ores are all blessings I give to you. I hope they bring you good luck and strength. I wish you a smooth journey. Thalassa carefully put these gifts into her pack and then bid Gaia farewell. She set out on her journey, her heart filled with expectation and confidence for the future. Following Gaia's guidance, Thalassa came to the edge of the earth, just as Nyx, goddess of night, was laying down the night over the chaos world. Thalassa looked at Nyx, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. She felt Nyx's mystery and beauty, as well as her gentle care for the night. Nyx responded to Thalassa's greeting with a smile, her voice like a breeze in the night sky, soft and melodious. Hello, Thalassa. What brings you here? Nyx asked. Thalassa said excitedly, Gaia guided me here, she said the answers I need to find are here. Nyx nodded slightly, a hint of deep meaning in her eyes. Gaia is the mother of the earth, her guidance is always full of wisdom. Perhaps you can find your inner peace and strength here, Nyx said. Thalassa looked at Nyx gratefully, knowing that this encounter would be an important experience in her life. Accompanied by Nyx, Thalassa began to explore the edge of the earth. Together they felt the tranquility of the night and listened to the sounds of nature. Thalassa found that here, her soul received great relaxation and nourishment. When Uranus tore through the veil of night and the sky began to clear from the darkness, Thalassa gently bid farewell to Nyx, goddess of night. Remember, whenever and wherever you need, I will be here guarding the night, Nyx said. With a heart full of gratitude and gains, Thalassa set out on her return journey. She knew that this encounter would stay in her heart forever. Thalassa cautiously approached the edge of the deep pit, wanting to see the situation at the bottom clearly. However, a mysterious aura permeated the pit, sending a chill through her. She decided to bypass the pit and continue along the mountain path. But after walking for a while, she found herself back at the edge of the pit once again. Thalassa began to feel uneasy, realizing she might have fallen into a labyrinthine place. She tried hard to recall the route she had taken, but her mind was a blur. Thalassa gazed at the abyss before her, heart filled with hesitation. This was the domain of Tartarus, the god of the abyss, full of mystery and danger. She didn't know if she should risk interviewing such a powerful deity. Just as she was thinking, a line of divine script suddenly appeared before her, shining with a mysterious light. Thalassa stared at the script, trying to decipher its meaning. The divine script seemed to be conveying some kind of message, perhaps an invitation from Tartarus, or a warning. Thalassa took a deep breath and decided to follow the guidance of the divine script. She cautiously stepped into the abyss, feeling a powerful force surrounding her. In the darkness, she could vaguely see the figure of Tartarus, tall and majestic. Dressed in black robes, Tartarus indeed exuded a cold aura just as the legends said, appearing not very approachable. However, as there were currently too few gods in the chaos world, perhaps out of boredom, he wanted to see what Thalassa intended to do. Tartarus gazed at Thalassa, his eyes revealing endless wisdom and power. Thalassa summoned her courage and posed her questions to him. Tartarus remained silent for a moment before answering her in a deep voice. Thalassa listened to Tartarus's words, her heart filled with awe and revelation. She knew that this visit would be a precious experience in her life. Holding her gifts, Thalassa slowly walked toward Tartarus, the god of the abyss. Her eyes were filled with respect and piety, as if the deity before her was the greatest existence in the world. When she reached Tartarus, she gently placed a flower crown upon his head and then handed him a wooden carving of a rock. Tartarus accepted her gifts with a smile, his eyes filled with gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, Thalassa. Your gift makes me feel immensely honored, Tartarus said. Thalassa lowered her head and said, Respected God of the Abyss, you are the master of the abyss, your power and wisdom command my deepest admiration. I hope this flower crown and wooden rock can represent my respect and gratitude toward you. Tartarus nodded and said, I have felt your sincerity. In return, I shall grant you a special gift. As he spoke, Tartarus took a shining gemstone from his robes and handed it to Thalassa. Thalassa took the gemstone, feeling a powerful force emanating from it. This is an abyss gemstone, it possesses great power. I hope you can use it well to bring more beauty to the world, Tartarus said. Alright, thank you. I like this gemstone very much. May I have a tour of the abyss? Thalassa asked joyfully. You may. I will have my attendant guide you. Suddenly, a gemstone emitting divine power appeared before Thalassa, its light guiding her way. Thalassa followed the light, observing the layers of the abyss, which reminded her of the 18 levels of hell from Washa mythology. In Greek mythology, the abyss was also a prison for criminal gods and the defeated. She began to have some ideas. After finishing her tour, Thalassa once again stood before Tartarus. She elaborated on her ideas in detail while Tartarus listened quietly, his tall figure appearing even more majestic in the dim light. Thalassa's voice was crisp and firm as she proposed suggestions on how to modify the place according to the model of the 18 levels of hell, every detail having been carefully considered. Tartarus nodded slightly, a flicker of appreciation crossing his deep eyes. He approved of Thalassa's ideas and began to think about how to integrate these suggestions into his plans. Sensing Tartarus's approval, a slight smile appeared on Thalassa's face. In the ensuing discussion, Tartarus and Thalassa explored more details together, their thoughts colliding and constantly refining the plan. Tartarus's experience and wisdom combined with Thalassa's innovation and courage made the plan even more perfect. Finally, Tartarus stood up, his voice low and powerful. Your suggestions are excellent, Thalassa. We will modify this place according to your ideas, making it a truly fearsome existence. Thalassa also stood up, her eyes full of determination. I will do my best. After the discussion ended, Tartarus looked at Thalassa with satisfaction, his eyes shining with appreciation. He gave high praise to Thalassa's ideas, which made her feel incredibly proud. Encouraged, Thalassa began to devote herself entirely to the planning. She picked up a pen and sketched architectural diagrams on paper, every stroke filled with passion and creativity. Her design inspiration gushed forth like a spring, and the outlines of the buildings gradually became clear. Tartarus also participated, carefully examining Thalassa's designs and offering suggestions for modification from time to time. His experience and wisdom provided valuable guidance for Thalassa's planning, making her designs even more complete. With their joint efforts, the planning of the architectural diagrams progressed smoothly. Their cooperation was filled with unspoken understanding, as if they shared a mental connection. Over time, exquisite architectural diagrams were presented before them, showcasing a unique style and charm. However, they were not satisfied with just this. They knew this was only the beginning and that there was much more work to be done. They would continue to work hard and strive to achieve their goals. Their figures gradually receded in the dim light, leaving behind silence and mystery. Unknowingly, they had reached the exit of the abyss. Tartarus gave Thalassa some ores and metals from the abyss so that she could forge her own divine artifact in the future. Thalassa was moved to tears and expressed her gratitude to Tartarus once more. Then, she turned and left the abyss. However, it was clear that Tartarus was not close to Thalassa, he merely maintained an attitude of professional courtesy. But none of that mattered anymore. The purpose of this trip had been largely achieved. Thalassa walked with light steps along a familiar path. Sunlight spilled over her, illuminating her multicolored scales. Along the way, she saw many former companions swimming happily in the water, as if welcoming her return. Thalassa felt the breath of the ocean, her heart filled with joy. She swam past coral reefs and saw the beautiful underwater world. Colorful fish darted around her, while starfish and shellfish shimmered on the seabed. She also saw some massive whales cruising leisurely through the ocean. Finally, Thalassa returned to the depths of the ocean. She felt the power and warmth of the sea, her heart filled with a sense of belonging. She knew that this was her home, her eternal sanctuary. From then on, she would live freely in this vast ocean, guarding this beautiful home together with the creatures of the sea. Thalassa watched the thriving scene of marine life with great joy. She felt her divine power closely connected to the vitality of the ocean, and as the ocean's ecology gradually recovered, her strength continued to grow. In this rich ocean, various creatures lived in harmony. Colorful schools of fish darted between coral reefs, sea turtles swam leisurely, and dolphins leapt and played on the surface. Mineral microorganisms and algae provided a rich food source for marine life, and their existence also maintained the balance of the ocean ecosystem. Thalassa knew well that she shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the ocean, and she decided to continue her efforts to make the ocean even more beautiful and bountiful. Thalassa stood quietly by the seaside, her beautiful figure merging with the ocean. She raised her hands, channeled her divine power, and began to regulate the flow of the ocean currents. With her movements, the ocean seemed to turn into a giant pasture, and the seawater began to flow slowly. Thalassa's divine power stirred the seawater, forming massive whirlpools. These whirlpools were like mysterious passages, attracting the gazes of the gods. At the center of the whirlpools, the seawater rotated faster and faster, creating a spectacular sight. Determination and focus shone in Thalassa's eyes, she seemed to be having a profound conversation with the ocean. Her divine power made the ocean docile and orderly, as if it were obeying her commands. Under Thalassa's regulation, the ocean's ecosystem began to change. The marine creatures felt the shifts in the currents and began to adapt to the new environment, seeking survival spaces better suited to them. As time passed, Thalassa finally completed her task. She slowly lowered her hands, and the ocean gradually returned to calm. However, those whirlpools remained, becoming a unique landscape in the ocean, bringing fresh air to marine life and making the marine creatures more active. The formation of whirlpools held extraordinary significance for the ocean. The churning currents formed rapids, and the whirlpools grew larger, impacting the islands in the sea, causing the volcanoes on the islands to slowly erupt and generate temperature. Unfortunately, the heat was insufficient, but water had a cooling effect and contained the concept of cold. Thalassa experimented slowly, increasing the output of her divine power, and the seawater gradually gained a warm temperature. In the sea, islands had volcanic magma erupting, which could also evaporate into water vapor. Water spraying onto the magma cooled it down. Water vapor turned into clouds upon meeting cold air, and the clouds would then form rain. Borrowing from these, Thalassa slowly formed some ideas. She solemnly declared to the laws. I, Thalassa, goddess of the salt sea, rise from the deep sea and control the power of the ocean. I borrow the power of the whirlpools to increase the ocean's vitality, and I utilize the impact of the whirlpools to cause volcanic eruptions, evaporating the seawater. In the depths of the ocean, giant whirlpools began to form, rotating and devouring everything around them. As the power of the whirlpools continued to increase, the underwater volcanoes began to tremble, and scorching magma gushed out, colliding with the seawater to generate massive steam and heat. The seawater was evaporated into water vapor, rising into the sky to form massive cloud layers. These clouds drifted over the sea surface, spreading into the distance with the blowing wind. The water vapor cooled in the air, condensed into raindrops, and fell in abundance, forming a spectacular heavy rain. The rain fell pitter-patter, like silver threads, scattering across the land. They nourished every corner of the earth, giving life and vitality to all creatures. The land seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of water mist, appearing exceptionally mysterious and beautiful. The heat caused the rainwater to gradually evaporate, turning back into water vapor. The water vapor rose lightly, drifting toward the sky. They gathered in the air into fluffy white clouds, soft and enticing like cotton candy. When night fell and the temperature plummeted, the water vapor condensed into mist upon meeting the cold. The mist filled the air above the mountains, fields, and cities, like a thin veil, shrouding the world within it. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the mist glimmered with a silver light, dreamlike and illusory. As time passed, the water droplets in the mist gradually condensed and grew larger, eventually forming raindrops. The raindrops fell in abundance, nourishing the earth once again, completing a perfect water cycle. This process repeated in an endless cycle, providing a continuous source of water for life in the chaos world. I am the guide of cold, controlling ice, snow, frost, hail, and dew. When I wield my magic, a cold aura permeates the air, water begins to freeze, turning into crystal clear ice crystals. Snowflakes drift down in abundance, draping the earth in a coat of pure white silver. Frost covers the surface of lakes and branches, forming beautiful ice sculptures. Under my guidance, rain nourishes the earth, allowing all things to revive. Rivers surge endlessly, the ocean waves crash, full of life and vitality. I am the master of water, the source of life, my existence makes the world a better place. I, Thalassa, am the goddess of the salt sea. Whenever heat and cold alternate, she allows warm currents and cold currents to interweave in the seawater, forming spectacular ocean currents. These currents surge endlessly, carrying the breath of life, nourishing all things in the ocean. At the same time, the alternation of cold and warm currents also forms powerful winds. The wind howls across the sea surface, raising towering waves, as if it were Thalassa's roar. However, Thalassa is not just a destroyer, she is also a creator. The wind brings coolness to the chaos world, sending refreshing relief to all things in the world. Under Thalassa's command, ocean currents and wind have become the soul of the ocean. They interact with each other, jointly performing the magnificence and mystery of the ocean. With her power and wisdom, Thalassa guards this blue realm, ensuring the ocean remains forever full of vitality. I am the guide of weather, making the earth and ocean more vibrant. The creatures of the ocean and earth feel my power. They swim happily in the seawater, enjoying this rare vitality and life. The laws bestowed upon Thalassa the lesser divinities of water vapor, cloud mist, rain, snow, wind, frost, water cycle, and whirlpool, as well as the low divinities of heat, cold, boiling, water form, and ocean current. After a dazzling burst of light, the water vapor divinity, water cycle divinity, and whirlpool divinity merged into the goddess of the salt seas divinity to form the intermediate ocean divinity. The cloud mist divinity, ocean current divinity, and the wind, rain, snow, and frost divinities also merged together to form the intermediate weather divinity. The boiling, heat, cold, and water form divinities merged together to form the temperature divinity. Thalassa also stepped into the intermediate stage divine power. At this moment, she possessed three intermediate divinities, weather, temperature, and ocean divinity, as well as one lesser arts divinity. With the fusion of the divinities, strange sights appeared in the sky. Clouds changed shape, sometimes soft like cotton candy, sometimes churning like giant dragons. Rain, snow, ice, and frost intertwined, forming beautiful ice crystals and snowflakes that drifted down in abundance. The ocean also underwent changes, waves surged, crashing against the shore and emitting bursts of roaring sounds. The salt in the seawater and the water vapor interacted, generating a mysterious power that made the ocean full of vitality and life. In this mysterious world, weather and the ocean influenced each other, jointly constituting a magical and beautiful ecosystem. People felt the power and charm of nature, filled with awe and gratitude for life in the world. Watching the ocean and earth grow increasingly rich, Thalassa was very excited. However, under the influence of the aura of Eros's desire, Nyx and Erebus, Gaia and Uranus, and Pontus all united to bear children. Nyx, goddess of night, gave birth to a group of mysterious children who inherited their mother's dark power, guarding the balance of the world in the dark of night. The offspring of Erebus, god of darkness, possessed powerful dark magic, exploring unknown territories within the shadows. The union of Gaia and Uranus gave birth to numerous deities and giants. They were full of vitality and vigor, bringing prosperity and hope to the world. The children of Pontus inherited their father's oceanic power, swimming freely in the seas and guarding the tranquility of the ocean. The birth of these deities and giants brought new life and vitality to the world. Each possessed unique powers and missions, together guarding the peace and prosperity of this world. The union of Gaia, goddess of the earth, and Uranus gave birth to the 12 titans, 6 male and 6 female, Oceanus, Koios, Crius, Iapetus, Phoebe, Tethys, Cronus, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Hyperion, and Thea. Their power was incredibly formidable. Erebus, god of darkness, and Nyx, goddess of night, gave birth to Ether, god of space, and Hemera, goddess of day, who governed the sky and light respectively, while the god of sleep and the god of death presided over human slumber and demise, along with a host of underworld gods. Meanwhile, the union of Gaia and Pontus brought forth Nerus, the friend of the sea, and Taumas, the wonder of the sea, who ruled the mysterious oceans. There were also Phorcys, the wrath of the sea, Ceto, the danger of the sea, and Eurybia, the power of the sea. Phorcys, his wrath was like surging billows, capable of raising stormy waves to destroy anything that dared challenge his power. His roars echoed across the sea's surface, striking fear into the hearts of sailors. Ceto represented the danger of the sea, using her mysterious and unpredictable power to lay down layer upon layer of traps. Her figure loomed indistinctly in the mist, luring ignorant ships toward the abyss of destruction. As for Eurybia, she possessed the power of the sea and was the symbol of oceanic strength. Her power was peerless, capable of controlling the ebb and flow of the tides and deciding the survival of marine life. Nerus was a gentle and kind deity who always treated the creatures of the ocean with a friendly attitude. His power could calm the waves, making the ocean peaceful and tranquil. Taumas was the creator of oceanic wonders, able to make various singular sights appear in the sea, such as beautiful coral reefs, mysterious undersea caves, and spectacular underwater volcanoes. Under the rule of Nerus and Taumas, the ocean was full of life and mystery. Various marine creatures thrived and multiplied under their protection. As the earth and ocean became more and more lively, Gaia built palaces for her children. The marble palaces appeared solemn and majestic, yet it still felt as if something was missing. Thus, Gaia sat at the center of the world, her brow furrowed, lost in deep thought for a long time. She tried to find a way to resolve the world's chaos, but her thoughts were like a tangled mess that she could not unravel. Finally, she sighed tiredly and gave up her contemplation. At the same time, Uranus of the sky was plotting to ascend to the throne of the God King. He was well aware of Gaia's power and wisdom, and understood that to succeed, he must first gain her support. Therefore, he decided to grant Gaia the honor of being the queen of the gods, hoping to form an alliance with her. Gaia was surprised by the title of Queen of the Gods offered by Uranus, but she also realized that this might be an opportunity to change the world. She began to re-examine Uranus and found that although he was ambitious, he also possessed extraordinary talent and courage. After some consideration, she decided to accept Uranus's request and govern the world together with him. Before preparing to ascend to the status of God King, Uranus decided to hold a banquet and invited all the gods. Thalassa began to prepare a gift for the God King. Thalassa was the embodiment of the ocean, and she knew well Uranus's thirst for power. Therefore, she decided to give Uranus a war hammer forged from deep-sea cold iron. This war hammer was not only of a suitable weight but also possessed immense destructive power. When Uranus received this gift, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. He felt the powerful energy contained within the hammer, a force that made him even more convinced that he could become a great god king. At the banquet, Uranus held the war hammer high, displaying his majesty and power to all the gods. His voice echoed through the banquet hall. I shall use this hammer to rule the entire world. The mother of the earth watched the banquet, feeling a slight sense of regret in her heart. What should have been a joyful and harmonious atmosphere felt somewhat cold and lonely due to a lack of attendance. She pondered for a moment and decided to take out some life essence and vegetation essence to create a trace of divine spirits. The spirits possessed charming appearances and gentle personalities. They moved gracefully through the banquet, providing attentive service to the guests. Their arrival added a touch of life and vitality to the banquet. The guests were surprised and appreciative of the spirits' appearance, interacting with them one after another and enjoying this rare moment of joy. The mother of the earth watched all this, feeling immensely gratified in her heart. At the end of the banquet, the spirits returned to the mountains and forests. They moved lightly through the woods, their skin as white as mutton fat jade and their long hair cascading down to their slender waists like waterfalls. Their eyes were clear and bright, like mountain springs, shimmering with agile light. Their beauty was breathtaking, as if they were nature's most perfect masterpieces. However, these beautiful spirits were very weak. They had no great power and could not contend with the gods. They could only depend on the gods, becoming their attendants and serving them. Under the protection of the gods, the spirits lived peaceful lives. They used their beauty and gentleness to bring joy and comfort to the gods. They danced gracefully among the flowers, offering the most beautiful dances to the gods. They sang by the streams, chanting the most melodious songs for them. Although the spirits were weak, their existence added a sense of mystery and beauty to this world. They were the spirits of nature. Thalassa stood quietly by the seaside, her thoughts surging like the tide. She suddenly thought that there seemed to be the existence of nymphs in this world as well. These descendants of gods, though possessing the status of demigods, could only truly become gods by comprehending the laws. The nymphs lived among mysterious forests and tranquil lakes. They were beautiful and pure, living in harmony with nature. However, their status as demigods did not bring them absolute power and glory. Instead, it made them face more challenges and trials. A strange sense of emotion welled up in Thalassa's heart. She knew well that becoming a god was no easy task and required immense effort and sacrifice. As for the nymphs, although they possessed the bloodline of gods, they still needed to constantly explore and cultivate to comprehend the laws and step onto the path of godhood. In a distant forest, a nymph sat alone by a stream, staring at her reflection in the water. Her eyes revealed confusion and longing for the future. She knew that her destiny was closely linked to the laws, and only through constant comprehension could she find the path to godhood that belonged to her. As time passed, Uranus, king of the gods, established a divine temple atop Mount Othris. To display the symbol of his patriarchy, he began to develop different ideas and frequently sought out Gaia, goddess of the earth, wildly demanding the fulfillment of his desires. Thalassa shuddered every time she heard Gaia's wails. Was this the power of Eros? It was far too powerful. Although Thalassa was a transmigrated soul from modern society, even with her higher education, she could not endure this lack of moral principles in this worldview. Should a goddess just be bullied like this? But there was nothing she could do while she was still in her weak period. She had to keep a low profile and develop slowly. Why was she so weak when they were all created by the great god Chaos, the primordial god? Thalassa pondered. Just as she was immersed in these thoughts, Chaos seemed to sense what was in Thalassa's heart and sent a divine transmission to her. Thalassa, you are not originally a primordial god chosen by this world. You are a visitor from another realm who has broken into this world. However, fate has given me guidance. You are a pioneer who will change this world and promote its ascension. Wisdom shall accompany you. Therefore, you have descended ahead of time. You are the evolution of my divine blood and my pearl. Strive hard, child. After hearing this, Thalassa was no longer lost in confusion. She began to look for ways to ascend. At this time, the primordial desires of Uranus and Gaia had been satisfied. Thalassa thought that was the end of it, but to her surprise, Gaia and Uranus began to argue. Uranus ruled over the entire world. He yearned to hold the symbol of patriarchy firmly in his hands and even prepared to enslave the 12 titans born to him and Gaia. Gaia, the great mother of the earth, could not tolerate Uranus's ambition and his threats toward their children. She stood up and engaged in a fierce argument with Uranus. Gaia's voice rang out like thunder. Uranus, you cannot treat our children this way. They are free, not your slaves. Uranus responded coldly. I am the king of the gods, and my power is supreme. They must obey me. The argument grew more intense, and the entire world shook because of it. Gaia waved her arms in anger, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to collapse. Uranus released his power, causing a disturbance of divine energy in the sky. However, no matter how much they argued, they could not reach an agreement. Ultimately, Gaia's divine power was weakened because Uranus's repeated demands had left her pregnant again. Every pregnancy of a deity comes at the cost of their own divine power. This was unavoidable. Gaia helplessly compromised, her eyes filled with resentment and resignation. Uranus, with a triumphant smile, triumphantly seized the 12 titans. The 12 titans were bound by Uranus and forced to carry the throne of the king of the gods every day while patrolling the world. Their bodies endured immense pressure, but their eyes revealed determination and unyielding spirit. During the patrols, Uranus thoroughly enjoyed the pleasure brought by power, and his rule over the world became even more cruel and tyrannical. However, the 12 titans did not give up the idea of resisting. They were secretly planning how to overthrow Uranus's rule and restore peace and freedom to the world. But they were only deities with low-tier intermediate divine power and did not yet have enough strength to resist Uranus. Every time they had a break, they went to beg Gaia, goddess of the earth, for protection. When Uranus found out, instead of restraining himself, his greatest pleasure after enjoying himself with Gaia was to torture the 12 titans. After every bout of torture, the titans would plead, but Uranus ignored them and instead became even more excessive. In the vast ocean, Thalassa quietly listened to the sounds coming from afar. It was the sound of Uranus's rod lashing the 12 titans, and every strike felt as if it were hitting her own heart. Her heart was filled with pain and helplessness, yet she was unable to change any of it. Thalassa was the goddess of the sea, possessing endless gentleness and compassion. However, whenever she heard those lashing sounds, an indescribable anger would surge in her heart. She wanted to protect those tortured titans, but she was powerless. She could only pray silently, hoping that Uranus would stop his atrocities. She also hoped that the 12 titans could endure all this with strength, waiting for the day they could escape Uranus's rule. Amidst this endless pain, Thalassa's heart was also filled with hope. She believed that one day, justice would triumph over evil and the 12 titans would gain their freedom. But at present, she was only a deity with mid-tier intermediate divine power and could offer them no help. She could only look away to keep her mind at peace. Thalassa sat by the sea, holding pebbles she had just picked up, lost in thought. She had seen too much of the ocean and had grown accustomed to its beauty and mystery. However, these pebbles reminded her of her childhood in modern society. Back then, she always loved playing by the sea, looking for beautiful shells and stones. She decided to use these pebbles to make some small carvings to commemorate her childhood. She picked up a small knife and began to carve carefully. Her technique was very skilled, and she soon carved a small, exquisite dolphin. Looking at her work, her heart was filled with a sense of achievement. However, she found she had nothing to hold these small carvings. She searched around and finally found some vines. She picked the vines and began to weave. Her technique was very skilled, and she soon wove a small, exquisite basket. She placed her small carvings into the basket, her heart filled with joy. Thalassa took her small carvings and basket back to her home. She placed the basket on the beach and looked at her work, her heart filled with a sense of achievement. She decided to give these small carvings to the nymphs in the ocean so they could also feel her joy. Thalassa was a woman with clever hands and a sharp mind. She had a unique talent and passion for weaving. In her hands, ordinary strings seemed to be endowed with life, intertwining into various exquisite small baskets and bags. Her works were not only practical but also contained her understanding and perception of modern social trends. She skillfully used various colors and patterns, making her woven works full of fashion and artistic flair. However, Thalassa did not know that her weaving skills had already attracted the attention of the laws. The laws were moved by her talent and creativity and decided to bestow the divinity of weaving upon her, granting her even greater power and abilities. From then on, Thalassa's woven works became even more exquisite and unparalleled, and she became a highly respected master of weaving. The divinity of weaving was too weak, so Thalassa did not intend to fuse with it. She planned to share it with her subordinate gods in the future, so she put it away and stored it carefully. With the divinity of weaving, Thalassa became extremely proficient at it and wove many things, but it seemed to have a negligible effect on her divine power. Looking at the pile of woven goods, Thalassa distributed them to the nymphs and elves. While Thalassa was immersed in the joy of weaving, Eurybia, the power of the sea, appeared at the shallows where Thalassa was, driving a shell chariot pulled by sea horses, and spoke to her. Respected goddess of marine saltwater and weather temperature, Her Highness Thalassa, my father Pontus has prepared a banquet and wishes to invite you to attend. Thalassa pondered for a while before accepting Eurybia's invitation. Seeing her mission complete, Eurybia turned to invite other deities. Thalassa sat quietly on a reef by the beach, her heart filled with worry. She knew this banquet might be a hangman banquet, to divide oceanic authority. After all, Pontus had many children, and the cake was only so big. She had to plan for the future of herself and her children. A tense atmosphere also permeated the ocean, as the children of Pontus each harbored their own ulterior motives. Thalassa observed them silently, calculating how to bring benefits to herself in this game of power. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore, it's giving me a headache. Pushing aside her thoughts, Thalassa prepared to build her own palace. Drawing inspiration from her past life, she decided to build the temple with an eastern wooden mortise and tenon structure. She went to the land to search for suitable timber. After a while, she arrived atop a great mountain and saw a nymph there, whom she questioned. Beautiful nymph, are there any hard trees with a fragrant scent nearby? Hello, noble deity. There is a type of white linden tree here, I wonder if it meets your requirements. Thank you, beautiful and kind nymph. Regardless of whether it fits, I can grant you one wish. Very well, noble deity. May I seek your protection then? I am a white linden forest nymph, and I wish for you to protect our kin. After speaking, the nymph led Thalassa to a grove of white linden trees. Thalassa quite liked the trees before her, she gathered many and carved out the wooden blocks needed for the mortise and tenon structure. Having granted the nymph's wish, Thalassa settled them on her islands in the ocean. She had not yet chosen a place to build her temple. Thus Thalassa, the sea goddess, possessed endless gentleness and power. However, she had recently fallen into deep thought because she could not decide where exactly her temple should be built. The deep sea had always been her residence, quiet and mysterious, but she longed for some new changes. Finally, Thalassa made a decision. She did not want to build her temple in the deep sea, choosing the shallow sea instead. There, the sunlight was bright, and the warm seawater gently lapped against the beach, full of life and vitality. Thalassa began to construct her temple. Following the image of a wooden palace, she installed them step by step. Before long, an antique temple stood there. It lacked color, showing only the hue of raw wood. She used her divine power to summon beautiful coral and multicolored fish, letting them surround the temple to form a brilliant and colorful tableau. The architectural style of the temple was simple and elegant, blending seamlessly with the surrounding natural environment. The moment the temple was completed, Thalassa felt immense satisfaction and joy. However, she felt something was lacking. She found the gemstones given to her by the goddess of the earth and had the nymphs on the island grind them into powder to prepare various colors. Mixing them with seawater and divine power, she painted her palace. After a busy day, she finally finished painting. Looking at the red walls and vermilion gates of the magnificent temple, Thalassa gazed at it with satisfaction as if it were a perfect work of art. Since the pigments were prepared, she could also paint. Thalassa found a wooden board and began to paint, depicting high mountains and flowing water. She was still unsatisfied, feeling the lack of paper. Although the wooden board was good, it lacked a certain aesthetic, but for now, this was all she had. She painted several decorative works to hang in the temple, but lacked rope. So Thalassa went to the island again to ask the nymph. Beautiful nymph, do you know where there are silkworms that can spin silk? Deep in the white linden forest, there is a cluster of mulberry trees, and in the mulberry forest lives a group of silk-spinning insects. I do not know if they are the silkworms you speak of. The nymph led Thalassa to the mulberry forest. Seeing the white silk-spinning silkworms, Thalassa was filled with pleasant surprise. She gathered them and used her divine power to spin them into thread and weave them into rope. The laws bestowed upon Thalassa the divinities of architecture, color, painting, silk thread, and weaving. These divinities merged into Thalassa, and together with the divinities of weaving, sculpture, wood carving, and stone carving, they formed the craftsmanship divinity. Looking at the busy white linden nymphs, she decided to bestow the divinities of painting, color, architecture, wood carving, stone carving, and sculpture upon them, making them goddesses of weak divine power. The nymphs of the white linden forest also built a temple for Thalassa on the island. It was a building with a deep blue ocean theme, featuring pillars carved with marine life reliefs and stone-carved interior walls, which perfectly suited the style of Thalassa, the sea goddess. Thalassa split several strands of divine power and gave them to two silkworms, allowing them to transform into nymphs, and bestowed upon them the divinities of silk thread, spinning, and weaving, making them goddesses of initial weak divine power. Do you have names? The laws of the Creator God have just bestowed names upon us. They were, Natasha, goddess of wood carving and stone carving, Sarah, goddess of architecture and sculpture, Layla, goddess of painting and color, Kappa, the white linden goddess, Delhi, goddess of weaving and spinning, and Karela, goddess of silkworms and silk thread. From then on, Thalassa had her own subordinate gods. Her divine duties were also shared. Thalassa merged the divinities of weaving, spinning, silk thread, color, painting, architecture, sculpture, wood carving, and stone carving to form the craftsmanship divinity. The craftsmanship divinity and the arts and literature divinity attracted each other to form the art divinity. She also promoted it to a divinity of intermediate divine power. This further promotion of her divinity made Thalassa a deity of high-tier intermediate divine power. The divinities in the world of chaos take several forms: conceptual divinities, humanistic divinities, regional divinities, and source divinities. Thalassa's ocean divinity belongs to the source divinities, the lord of the archipelago divinity belongs to the regional divinities, the water vapor, water form, and weather divinities belong to the conceptual divinities, and the art divinity belongs to the humanistic divinities. Looking at these divinities, Thalassa felt it necessary to distribute some of them. Otherwise, there were too many divine duties to fulfill. Thus, she bestowed the duties of ocean currents, water vapor, and water form upon the sea nymph Tana, and the divinities of whirlpools and the water cycle upon Delmar. From then on, Thalassa had 8 subordinate gods. She herself only needed to fulfill the duties of weather and temperature. The humanistic side of the craftsmanship divinity would only advance further when golden humanity appeared, so she didn't need to worry about it for now. Furthermore, the weather and temperature divinities did not require constant fulfillment of duties. She had more time to promote her divinity. Currently, it seemed that the ocean, weather, and temperature divinities all offered her a chance to become a goddess of high divine power. Thinking it over, Thalassa began to consider how to promote her divine power. She was currently at the peak of high-tier intermediate divine power, just one step away from entering high divine power. Thalassa and Corella arrived together at the silkworm breeding area, where they carefully observed the growth of the silkworms. They watched as the silkworms wriggled on the mulberry leaves, eating with great relish. Corella introduced the breeding situation to Thalassa, telling her that the growth of silkworms requires suitable temperature and humidity, as well as regular cleaning of their living environment. Listening to Corella's introduction, Thalassa couldn't help but feel admiration for her professional knowledge. Seeing Corella skillfully check the growth status of the silkworms, her heart was filled with confidence in the breeding process. Under Corella's meticulous care, the silkworms thrived, and the silk threads continued to accumulate. Looking at the balls of pure white silk, Thalassa's heart was filled with joy. She knew these threads would be used to create beautiful garments. As time passed, the silkworms finally completed their mission. Corella gathered the cocoons, preparing for the next stage of processing. Watching Corella's busy figure, Thalassa's heart was full of gratitude. She knew that Corella's hard work and dedication would yield fruitful results. Thalassa called for Deli and asked her to weave these silk threads into satin, and then use various threads to embroider different patterns. Deli was clever and skillful, and she quickly completed the task. Looking at the sea blue satin adorned with clusters of flowers, Thalassa was exceptionally satisfied. She focused on manipulating the wooden boards in her hands, carefully measuring and cutting them to create an exquisite wooden ruler. Next, she took the satin and used delicate strokes to draw various fine marks upon it. Each mark represented an expectation and imagination in her heart. After completing all this, she called Deli to her side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She gently unfolded the satin, showing Deli the marks on it and explaining her ideas in detail. Deli listened intently, nodding from time to show her understanding. Infected by the other's enthusiasm, a creative impulse surged in her heart as well. Thus, the two began their intense and orderly work. Following the style of medieval European dresses, they carefully cut the satin and sewed every detail. The needle and thread shuttled through their hands as if they were weaving a beautiful dream. Thalassa stood before the mirror, carefully examining the dress. This dress was something she had spent countless days and nights on, cutting through numerous pieces of satin to create. The pink hibiscus patterns shimmered with a soft light under the sun, as if telling of its beauty and preciousness. And those fluttering butterflies seemed to have been given life, leaping and dancing upon her body. She gently stroked the hem of the dress, feeling the smoothness and softness of the satin. This dress was not just a piece of clothing, it was her lifeblood and her dream. She remembered the days spent running around to find the right satin and the long hours spent at the cutting table. Every detail, every stitch, was infused with her love and passion. Wearing this garment, Thalassa appeared even more beautiful and moving. She went to the seaside and danced gracefully in the sunlight. The sea breeze blew against her clothes, making her look like a celestial maiden. Great goddess, you will surely be the most dazzling presence at the banquet, the 6 said in unison. Perhaps, Thalassa replied nonchalantly, for she did not know how the authority of the ocean would be distributed at the banquet. As the banquet drew nearer day by day, Thalassa prepared several dresses with different patterns. Thalassa, the sea goddess, dressed in a gown, possessed a noble and elegant temperament that was truly admirable. In comparison, the chittens of the Greek world, which were essentially single pieces of cloth, paled in significance. The design of the dress was exquisite and magnificent, with flowing lines outlining her graceful figure. The hem fluttered with the wind, rising and falling as lightly as sea waves, complementing the ocean she ruled. Her face was dignified and beautiful, her eyes revealing a mysterious light. Upon her head, she wore a brilliant jeweled headpiece, symbolizing her exalted status. Thalassa strolled elegantly by the sea, the hem of her dress lightly brushing against the beach, leaving behind a series of shallow footprints. Her appearance made the entire ocean boil with excitement, the waves beat joyfully against the shore as if paying homage to her. Beside her, dolphins leapt and fish frolicked, all drawn by Thalassa's charm. She was like the queen of the ocean, a symbol of beauty and nobility. With the arrival of the banquet, Thalassa boarded a shell carriage pulled by dolphins and headed to the deep sea to attend. Along the way, she admired the beautiful scenery of the seabed, colorful corals, strangely shaped fish, and those undersea caves shimmering with mysterious light left her dazzled. By the time Thalassa reached the sea god temple in the deep sea, some oceanic deities were already there chatting. They smiled and greeted her as she arrived. There were also deities from the earth, as well as the 12 titans brought by Uranus, the god of the sky. However, they had been quite miserable lately, and Thalassa was in no mood to pay them much attention. Coming before the lineage of underworld gods belonging to Nyx, goddess of night, and Erebus, god of darkness, Thalassa warmly greeted the goddess Nyx. It has been a long time, noble Nyx, goddess of night. I offer you my highest respects. Nyx, goddess of night, also introduced Thalassa to her children, Hemera, goddess of day, and Ether, god of space. Greetings to you, honorable Thalassa, goddess of the salt sea. Greetings, Lord Ether of space, and Lady Hemera of day. After the greetings, a sea nereid led Thalassa from the entrance of the sea god temple to the banquet hall. Thalassa walked while observing this purple-blue building. The walls of the sea god temple shimmered with a mysterious light, as if telling ancient stories. Thalassa couldn't help but be attracted by this beautiful sight. She stopped and carefully observed the patterns on the walls. Seeing this, the sea nereid explained with a smile, "These patterns are symbols of our sea race's history and culture. They record the stories of our ancestors and the ocean." Thalassa listened intently, developing a deep interest in the culture of the sea race. The two continued forward and arrived at the banquet hall. The hall was filled with an abundance of delicious food, with a dazzling array of wines and fruits manifested from divine power. Seeing these delicacies, Thalassa couldn't help but salivate. The sea nereid invited Thalassa to take a seat and introduced her to the other guests. Once the banquet began, everyone chatted while tasting the food. Thalassa found the people of the sea race to be very friendly and warm, and she quickly blended into the atmosphere. During the banquet, Thalassa also admired various undersea wonders arranged by the sea race. After all, Thalassa spent most of her time performing her divine duties on the sea surface, in the shallow seas, or upon the land. She rarely had time for sightseeing in the deep sea. After the sightseeing concluded, Pontus made his appearance. Accompanied by Nerus, friendliness of the sea, Taumas, wonders of the sea, Eurybia, power of the sea, Ceto, danger of the sea, and Phorcys, wrath of the sea, he began to divide their divine duties. Phorcys, his wrath was like surging billows, capable of raising terrifying waves to destroy any power that dared to challenge him. His roars echoed across the sea, striking fear into the hearts of sailors. Ceto, she represented the dangers of the sea, using her mysterious and unpredictable power to lay down layer upon layer of traps. Her figure loomed in the mist, luring unsuspecting ships toward the abyss of destruction. And Eurybia, she possessed the power of the sea and was the symbol of oceanic strength. Her power was incredibly vast, capable of controlling the tides and deciding the life and death of marine creatures. Nerus was a gentle and kind deity who always treated the creatures in the ocean with a friendly attitude. His power could calm the waves and bring peace and tranquility to the ocean. Taumas was the creator of oceanic wonders, able to make various extraordinary sights appear in the ocean, such as beautiful coral reefs, mysterious undersea caves, and spectacular undersea volcanoes. After the divine positions were assigned, Pontus announced the start of the banquet, and everyone began to eat, drink, and be merry. At this moment, Nyx and Gaia approached. When they saw the magnificent garment Thalassa was wearing, their eyes couldn't help but show admiration. Nyx stepped forward and said to Thalassa with a smile, "Thalassa of the sea, it has been a long time. Your dress is truly exquisite." Gaia also nodded in agreement. Indeed, the design and color of this dress are very unique, it is simply a work of art. Hearing their praise, Thalassa felt very happy. She replied with a smile, "Thank you for the compliments. I designed this dress specifically for myself." Nyx and Gaia exchanged a glance, and then Nyx said, "We would also like to commission a similar garment. Could you help us?" Thalassa readily agreed, "Of course, I would be happy to help you. However, custom making such garments requires time and materials, so you will need to wait patiently." Nyx and Gaia nodded, expressing their understanding. In the days following the banquet, Thalassa began designing and making clothes for Nyx and Gaia. She carefully selected the highest quality materials and used her creativity and skill to create two unique garments. When Nyx and Gaia put on these clothes, they felt incredibly satisfied and proud. From then on, Nyx and Gaia often appeared at various occasions wearing these beautiful clothes, becoming the focus of all the gods' attention. They were also full of praise for Thalassa's talent and skill, and established a deep friendship with her, but all that is a story for later. During the banquet, the gods drank and chatted about interesting stories. Today was a rare day, as the 12 titans were not being enslaved by Uranus. Watching the dull banquet, Thalassa felt a bit bored. She turned to the goddess of night and the goddess of the earth, Gaia, hoping they could think of something interesting to pass the time. The goddess of night smiled slightly and gently waved her wand. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall fell into pitch darkness. In the dark, specks of starlight began to flicker, as if a brilliant starry sky had descended upon the mortal world. Thalassa looked at this magical scene in surprise, and the boredom in her heart gradually dissipated. The goddess of the earth, Gaia, was not to be outdone. She reached out her hands and gently touched the ground. Instantly, the floor of the banquet hall began to tremble, and exotic plants sprouted from the earth, blooming into gorgeous flowers. These flowers emitted a captivating fragrance that made one feel refreshed and relaxed. Thalassa was drawn in by the beautiful scenery before her. She excitedly wove through the flowers, feeling the magic and wonder of nature. The goddess of night and the goddess of the earth, Gaia, saw her happy expression and showed relieved smiles. On this special day, the three goddesses together created a beautiful and interesting banquet, letting everyone feel the charm and magic of nature. After the goddess of the earth and the goddess of night finished their performances, Thalassa took out her flute and played beautiful music. The entire banquet was immersed in this heavenly sound. Thalassa sat in the center of the banquet hall, her flute dancing gently in her hands, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Her music was like a clear spring flowing through the hearts of the gods, making them feel incredibly comfortable and joyful. The gods one after another stopped what they were doing and listened quietly to Thalassa's performance. Their faces were filled with happy smiles, as if they were in a beautiful fairyland. As the music progressed, Thalassa's body also began to sway gently, her long hair fluttering in the wind like a beautiful fairy. Her performance became more and more brilliant, and the music grew more impassioned, causing the gods' moods to become excited as well. When Thalassa's performance ended, thunderous applause rang through the banquet hall. The gods one after another offered her their congratulations and thanks, grateful for the wonderful music she had brought them. Thalassa stood up with a smile and gave a deep bow. Her eyes were full of confidence and satisfaction, she knew her performance had deeply touched their souls. Finally, she also performed a magic trick for everyone, leaving them in awe. Because of her presence, the banquet became increasingly exciting, and everyone was full of praise for her talent and charm. As the banquet concluded, Thalassa returned to her temple. She leaned lazily against her throne, reflecting on the various events of the banquet, and a hint of disappointment welled up in her heart. The banquets of this world were too monotonous, lacking innovation and fun. Suddenly, a wonderful idea flashed through her mind. She decided to bring the entertainment of modern society to this world to bring more joy and surprises to the people. Thalassa cast a spell, and instantly a huge screen appeared in the air. The screen played various wonderful entertainment programs, leaving the subordinate gods dazzled. Furthermore, she provided her subordinate gods with some ideas and had them create items like shuttlecocks, playing cards, and so on, so that they could play and enjoy themselves to their heart's content. The subordinate gods were attracted by these novel forms of entertainment and flocked to the temple. They laughed and screamed in front of the screen, fully releasing their stress and worries. The entire temple was filled with joy and vitality, as if it had turned into a giant playground. Looking at the happy smiles on their faces, Thalasa's heart was filled with satisfaction and joy. She knew that her decision would bring more happiness and bliss to this world. Thalassa, the goddess of the sea, stood by the shore, gazing at the domain she governed. She felt that while those entertainment projects were wonderful, they seemed to lack some mysterious and fantastical elements. Thus, she decided to use her divine power to add elements of the Greek mythological world to these entertainment projects. She gently waved her wand, and a group of beautiful mermaids suddenly appeared on the sea. They danced gracefully in the water, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Next, Thalassa summoned a giant sea turtle with a mysterious castle on its back. The subordinate gods could board the turtle's back and enter the castle to explore. Inside the castle, the subordinate gods felt as if they were in the world of Greek mythology. They saw statues of the gods and heard legends of mythological stories. Thalassa also set up some mysterious levels and challenges in the castle, allowing the subordinate gods to experience excitement and fun during their exploration. In addition to the mermaidess and the sea turtle, Thalassa summoned other mythological creatures, such as unicorns and pegasi. These creatures ran and flew over the sea, providing a visual feast for the onlookers. With Thalassa's additions, the ocean's entertainment projects became more diverse and colorful, attracting even more visitors to experience them. While enjoying the entertainment, people also felt the charm of the Greek mythological world. These were some of Thalassa's ideas for entertainment projects. However, actually realizing these things was quite difficult. Although she could manifest them using divine power, it was impossible to truly implement them in the Greek world. She could only enjoy them herself occasionally. A satisfied smile spread across Thalassa's face. The mermaid's song and dance performance evolved from her divine power was indeed magnificent. They danced in the water with graceful postures, just like real mermaids. Accompanied by beautiful music and moving poems and songs, the entire performance was even more gorgeous and touching. If this idea were cultivated, it could probably be realized as a large-scale song and dance show, and she could also train some goddesses of art. Thalassa spent a great deal of time and effort to finally succeed in crafting magnificent garments for the goddess of the earth and the goddess of night. She summoned her subordinate gods and carefully instructed them to guard the temple well and ensure its safety. The believers respectfully followed Thalassa's instructions, deeply aware of the heavy responsibility they bore. Seeing their loyalty, Thalassa felt a sense of comfort in her heart. After arranging the temple's affairs, Thalassa decided to deliver the garments personally. Carefully cradling the two exquisite pieces of clothing, she set off on the journey to where the goddesses resided. Along the way, Thalassa's heart was filled with anticipation and awe. She knew these garments would be a tribute of respect and praise for the goddesses, as well as an expression of her devotion to the divine. Finally, Thalassa arrived before the goddesses. She respectfully presented the garments, and the goddesses accepted her gifts with smiles. Thalassa felt immense honor and satisfaction, knowing her hard work had been recognized by the goddesses. Before she departed, the goddesses bestowed blessings and power upon Thalassa. Thalassa walked leisurely along a path that wound and twisted like a transparent ribbon. She was enjoying this moment of tranquility when a sudden sound of fighting startled her. It turned out to be a group of nymphs being chased by magical beasts. Upon seeing Thalassa, they all sought her protection. Looking at these terrified nymphs, a surge of pity rose in Thalassa's heart. She decided to help them, so she cast her magic, trapping the beasts in a giant water bubble. The beasts struggled within the bubble but could not escape. Looking at the beasts, Thalassa's heart filled with anger. Deciding to teach them a lesson, she cast an even more powerful spell, turning the magical beasts into stone. Seeing the beasts defeated, the nymphs cheered. They looked at Thalassa gratefully and thanked her. Thalassa smiled at them, her heart full of gratification. After saving the nymphs, Thalassa prepared to continue her slow journey back home. After the nymphs thanked her once more, they wished to follow her, and Thalassa happily accepted them. It just so happened that she possessed godhoods over songs, poetry, dance, and music, which she could share with them to make them her subordinate gods. Thalassa thought this to herself, though she decided it could wait until they reached her temple. Leading the group of nymphs, Thalassa enjoyed their service on the way home. They laughed and chatted, moving gracefully through the mountain forests. However, as they passed through the territory of Aurea, the god of mountains, they witnessed a fierce battle. The sea god Pontus and Aurea were in the midst of a violent struggle. Waves and mountain peaks collided, producing deafening roars. Thalassa and the nymphs stopped in terror, at a loss for what to do. Gazing at the turbulent sea, Thalassa's heart was filled with helplessness and sorrow. The battle between Pontus and Aurea had thrown the ocean into chaos, and her subjects were suffering greatly. Thalassa tried to persuade Pontus and Aurea to stop fighting, but they seemed blinded by hatred and would not listen to her advice at all. She felt her own power was so insignificant in this war, unable to prevent the disaster from unfolding. Watching the creatures of the ocean die in the battle, Thalassa's heart was filled with grief. She decided she could no longer stand by and watch, she would use her own power to protect the ocean and her people. Thalassa exerted her divine power, attempting to calm the fury of Pontus and Aurea. Her power made the ocean still and brought the fighting to a temporary halt. But she knew this was only a momentary peace, the competitive hearts of Pontus and Aurea still remained, and they could erupt into battle again at any moment. Thalassa decided to find a way to completely resolve the conflict between Pontus and Aurea. She knew this would be a difficult task, but she would not give up, for she was the goddess of ocean prosperity, and she had to create a peaceful marine environment for her subjects. A surge of worry rose in Thalassa's heart. She knew this battle could bring catastrophic consequences. She decided to step forward and try to quell the strife. Thalassa stood quietly by the sea, and the flute in her hand began to play softly, its melodious notes echoing across the water. Marine creatures were drawn by the beautiful sound and swam toward her side. Dolphins leapt around her and whales surfaced, seemingly listening to her performance. Thalassa's flute music seemed to possess a magic that made these sea creatures feel calm and at ease. Next, Thalassa turned toward the mountains. Her flute music echoed through the valleys, awakening the sleeping spirits and magical beasts. Mountain spirits emerged from the woods, and beasts poked their heads out from caves. Drawn by Thalassa's music, they gathered around her. Thalassa's flute music created an illusion for them, making them forget the noise and danger of the outside world. In this illusion, the marine creatures and mountain spirits and beasts coexisted in harmony, dancing and playing together as if celebrating a wonderful moment. Watching them, Thalassa's heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. She knew her flute music could not only soothe these creatures but also allow them to feel each other's presence and care. She walked toward the battlefield, the nymphs following closely behind. Thalassa called out to Aurea and Pontus with her gentle voice, pleading with them to stop fighting. Thalassa concentrated, mobilizing her divine power. She felt the powerful energy surging within her body, knowing this was her only chance. She reached out her hands and waved them toward the sky. Divine power was released from her hands, forming a brilliant light. The light illuminated the entire sea surface and also lit up the faces of the sea god and the mountain god. The sea god and the mountain god finally noticed Thalassa's actions. They looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she was doing this. Thalassa spoke loudly, "Sea god, mountain god, please listen to my voice. I know my divine power is not as great as yours, but I have my own responsibilities and mission. I cannot stand by and watch this ocean and these mountains be destroyed. I will use my power to protect them." The sea god and mountain god were silent for a moment, then nodded. They felt Thalassa's determination and courage, and they realized their own mistakes. The sea god said, "Thalassa, your courage and sense of responsibility command our respect. We will work together with you to protect this ocean and these mountains." Thalassa looked at the sea god and mountain god gratefully, then exerted her divine power once more. Her divine power merged with the powers of the sea god and mountain god, forming a mighty protective force. This force enveloped the entire ocean and mountains, shielding them from external threats. Aurea and Pontus heard Thalassa's cry. They stopped their movements and looked toward her. Thalassa spoke to them of the importance of peace and the destruction that battle could bring. Aurea and Pontus were moved by Thalassa's words, realizing their strife was pointless. Ultimately, they set aside their hostility and shook hands in reconciliation. Thalassa and the nymphs watched Aurea and Pontus reconcile, their hearts filled with joy. They continued on their way home, carrying with them a newfound cherishing of peace. Amidst Thalassa's requiem, the souls of the sea creatures, mountain spirits, and magical beasts gradually calmed down. Their bodies slowly dissipated, turning into countless points of light that drifted toward the underworld. These points of light flickered like stars, illuminating the entire ocean and mountains. Thalassa's singing was filled with sadness and pity, her tears fell onto the sea, stirring up layers of ripples. She used her song to see off these departed lives, hoping they would find rest in the underworld. With the departure of the souls, the ocean and mountains gradually returned to tranquility. The waves in the ocean were no longer turbulent, and the wild winds in the mountains ceased their howling. Everything became quiet and peaceful, as if the disaster had never occurred. However, Thalassa knew this was only a temporary peace. She had to continue guarding this ocean and these mountains to prevent similar disasters from happening again. She infused her power into the ocean and mountains, making them stronger and more stable. Under Thalassa's protection, the ocean and mountains regained their vitality. The creatures in the ocean began to reproduce, and the vegetation in the mountains became more lush. This land returned to its former prosperity and beauty. After Thalassa finished playing the requiem, she began to return to the ocean. Since she and Uranus had been influenced by the aura of Eros some time ago, she had given birth once more, bringing forth 3 Cyclops and 3 Hecatoncheires. Uranus, finding them too ugly, imprisoned them in the abyss under the guardianship of Tartarus. It seems that Uranus's downfall is not far off, thought Thalassa. Thalassa sat in her temple, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, she saw a divine light shine outside the temple and felt an inexplicable premonition rise in her heart. She stood up and walked out of the temple to see Gaia, goddess of the earth, standing there with a look of anxiety and pleading on her face. Gaia explained her purpose to Thalassa. After failing to stop Uranus from enslaving her children, she could not turn a blind eye to their pleas. She was planning to overthrow the rule of Uranus. Her youngest son, Cronus, was the best candidate. Because Cronus currently lacked sufficient ability, he had to hide for the time being. She hoped that Thalassa could help her conceal him so that he would not be discovered by other deities. Thalassa felt Gaia's maternal love and helplessness, so she decided to help Gaia. She used her divine power to create a hidden space within the temple and hid Gaia's youngest son inside. To ensure the safety of the youngest son, Thalassa also set up a powerful barrier around the space. Gaia looked at Thalassa gratefully, knowing that only Thalassa could provide her with such help. She gently stroked Thalassa's face and said, "Thank you, Thalassa. Your kindness and courage will be remembered forever." After Gaia left, Thalassa began to organize the things she had recently obtained and fulfill her ocean duties. She focused on sensing every subtle change in the ocean, and the divinity of temperature and currents swirled in her hands, forming a powerful tornado. The sea was turbulent, the tornado raged, and huge waves were stirred up. Thalassa's power filled the ocean with vitality and vigor. She controlled this force, making it a part of the marine ecosystem. In the center of the tornado, some marine life was swept up and tumbled within it, but Thalassa's power protected them, keeping them from harm. On the contrary, these creatures felt a brand new experience in the tornado, and their connection to the ocean became even closer. As time passed, the tornado gradually dissipated, and the ocean returned to calm. Thalassa looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, knowing that by fulfilling her duties, she had brought balance and prosperity to the ocean. She would continue to guard this blue realm, keeping it full of life and vigor. After the tornado ravaged the area, its divinity merged into the godhood of the wind. The sea surface, originally as calm as a mirror, was now caressed by a breeze, ripples spreading across it. The breeze gradually strengthened, turning into a strong wind that whistled and whipped up waves. The divinity of waves and surges also entered the godhood of ocean saltwater. In this scene of wind and cloud, the ocean displayed its powerful might. The waves surged violently, crashing against the shore one after another with a deafening roar. The surges rolled, as if countless giant dragons were churning in the sea. The sea wind howled, blowing the plants on the shore until they could barely stand. As the divinities continued to increase, the power of her godhood grew stronger, gradually entering the peak realm of intermediate divinity. At this moment, she already possessed incomparably powerful strength, only one step away from stepping into the realm of higher divinity. In this process, she felt an unprecedentedly powerful force, which made her feel incomparably excited and proud. She knew that this was the result of her continuous efforts and struggles, and also the reward for her persistence and pursuit of her duties. However, she was also clearly aware that entering the realm of higher divinity was not an easy matter. It required her to put in more effort and sweat, and it required her to continuously improve her own strength and realm. To achieve this goal, she began to practice and explore even harder. She constantly challenged her own limits and tried to break through her bottlenecks. She believed that as long as she persevered, she would definitely be able to enter the realm of higher divinity and become a truly powerful deity. I, Thalassa, incarnation of the ocean, goddess of saltwater, rule over the ocean's power. When sea winds rise, and tornadoes and surging waves form a massive tsunami, that is my anger, and also my power. The tsunami is a symbol of disaster, it destroys everything and devours life. When it strikes, land is submerged, houses are washed away, and people flee in all directions, looking for hope of survival. But the tsunami also represents rebirth. It brings nutrients from the ocean, nourishing the earth and letting life bloom again in the ruins. It is the baptism of the ocean, the cycle of life. After the tsunami, people will re-examine their relationship with nature and cherish this blue planet even more. They will rebuild their homes, protect the ocean, and live in harmony with nature. I, Thalassa, am the guardian of the ocean and the giver of life. I use the tsunami to warn people, and I use the ocean's power to gestate new life. I am Thalassa, incarnation of the ocean, guide of currents. I control the ocean's power, guiding the flow of currents, making the ocean more bountiful. I patrol the ocean, feeling the movement of the seawater and the changes in temperature. I use my power to push the currents, letting them carry rich nutrients to nourish the creatures in the ocean. I watch the pastures in the ocean become more lush, and various marine life thrive here, and my heart is filled with joy. I also expel those harmful creatures, protecting the ecological balance in the ocean. I use my power to make marine life migrate, promoting their reproduction. I watch them swim freely in the ocean, and my heart is filled with relief. I am Thalassa, guardian of the ocean, and I will use my power to make the ocean more beautiful and bountiful. Thalassa stood by the sea, raised her hands high, and solemnly swore to inherit the divinity of bountiful pastures and tsunamis. Her voice resounded through the clouds, as if the whole world were listening to her vow. Following her vow, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, strong winds howled, and waves surged. The godhood of ocean saltwater felt her summons, rising from the deep sea and merging into her body. Thalassa's power was instantly elevated, and she felt an unprecedented strength. The godhood of ocean saltwater entered the mid-stage of higher divinity, and Thalassa's body emitted a dazzling light. Her eyes became firm and majestic, she knew that she now possessed greater power and could better protect her people and the ocean. Thalassa turned to face the sea, and her voice sounded again. I will use my power to guard this ocean, letting it be forever full of life and vitality. Waves churned beneath her feet, as if responding to her vow. After Thalassa finished merging the godhood, she heard the wails of the 12 titans in the sky. The goddess of the earth was silently weeping on the earth, but she had no way to act because the god of the sky, Uranus, had been suppressing her power, preventing her from maintaining them. Gaia, goddess of the earth, could truly no longer bear to watch her children suffer. She gathered her essence and nurtured a piece of obsidian from the earth, incorporating minerals from the abyss and the ocean. Her power flowed within it, imbuing the obsidian with mystical energy. Gaia, goddess of the earth, used her divine power to forge a sickle. This sickle was filled with energy, waiting for the right moment to overthrow the king of the gods. Gaia used her hands to fuse various elements together, crafting this sickle. She channeled her divine power, injecting her strength into the sickle to make it immensely powerful. The blade of the sickle shimmered with a mysterious light, as if whispering of its power. Gaia placed the sickle in a secret location, waiting for the opportune moment. She knew that overthrowing the king of the gods required both timing and strength. She had to wait for the perfect moment to launch her attack. While waiting, Gaia continuously used her divine power to nurture the sickle, allowing its power to grow ever stronger. As time passed, amidst the primal power of Eros, Uranus and Gaia merged heaven and earth once more. In that mysterious and ancient moment, the forces of the universe converged, forming an immensely powerful energy. Cronus, that ambitious deity, seized the opportunity to sever the symbol of Uranus's patriarchal power. This act was not only a betrayal of Uranus but also a challenge to the entire order of the universe. Clutching the object symbolizing patriarchal power, Cronus was filled with ambition and desire. He longed to become the master of the universe, wielding supreme power. However, his actions also triggered a series of consequences. Uranus's rage and pain spread throughout the universe, his power began to lose its balance, bringing turmoil and chaos to the world. Gaia, as a mother and goddess of the earth, also felt this change, and her heart was filled with joy. From now on, she would no longer have to face the boundless demands of the king of the gods, Uranus, and would thus be free. At this moment of uncertainty, the fate of the universe hung in the balance. Other deities began to realize Cronus's ambition, and they had to unite to face this threat together. A fierce war of the gods was about to erupt, and the fate of Cronus would play a decisive role in this war, while Uranus desperately wanted to snatch back the symbol of his patriarchal power. Oceanus and his siblings gathered together, their faces filled with resolve and anger. Oceanus brandished his trident, stirring up surging waves, and his voice thundered, "Uranus, don't even think about retrieving the symbol of your patriarchal power. We will not let you succeed." His brothers responded in turn, unleashing their respective powers. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky as wild winds howled. His sisters used their magic to create layer upon layer of obstacles, blocking Uranus's advance. Facing their obstruction, Uranus was filled with rage and unwillingness to accept defeat. He roared, attempting to break through their defensive line, but was repelled every time. Yet, he did not give up. He knew that the symbol of patriarchal power was vital to him, and he had to take it back. In the fierce battle, both sides exerted their full strength. Oceanus and his siblings cooperated closely, their powers converging to form an impenetrable defensive line. Uranus gradually felt his strength waning, yet his determination remained steadfast. Eventually, Uranus realized that he could not break through their blockade. He turned and left in a rage, leaving behind a harsh threat. "You will pay for this." Oceanus and his siblings watched his retreating figure, their hearts filled with the joy of victory. They knew they had successfully stopped Uranus, but although they had prevented Uranus from retrieving the symbol of his patriarchal power, it was only temporary. What would happen when Uranus realized this and returned to stage a comeback? At this moment, the goddess of prophecy, Phoebe, began her prophecy. "Very well, we can seek the help of Uncle Uriel, the god of mountains, to push the sky away from the earth, so they are separated and it will be difficult for heaven and earth to be together again." Uncle Uriel, the god of mountains, heard Phoebe's call. He stepped forward and decided to help Gaia push the sky away from the earth. Uncle Uriel possessed immense power. He reached out his hands and pushed the sky upward with all his might. With Uncle Uriel's efforts, the sky was gradually pushed away from the earth, and Gaia, goddess of the earth, was finally freed from the sky's entanglement. Heaven and earth were separated from that moment on, and all living things had their own space to survive. The return of Uranus plunged the entire world into chaos and war. His powerful symbol of patriarchal power, like an insurmountable chasm, stood between Gaia and the 12 Titans. In the sky, divine power bloomed like brilliant fireworks, and every collision released endless energy. Uranus brandished his scepter, attempting to regain control over the world. Meanwhile, Gaia and the 12 Titans stood united, their powers merging into a powerful torrent to engage in fierce confrontation with Uranus. The earth trembled, the ocean roared, and the sky was dyed red by the flames of war. The battle between the two sides entered a white-hot stage, with every moment filled with peril and crisis. In this chaotic battlefield, a young deity stepped forward. He possessed immense courage and wisdom, and his appearance brought new hope to Gaia and the 12 Titans. He skillfully employed strategies, leading the gods to gradually gain the upper hand. In the end, in a thrilling decisive battle, Uranus was defeated. Because he had lost the symbol of his patriarchal power, his divine strength was greatly diminished. Under the ravages of the War of the Gods, the earth was left devastated and the living suffered. The world that had once been full of vitality was now left in deathly silence. Countless lives had perished, their souls struggling in pain, unable to find rest. Gaia, goddess of the earth, witnessed all of this, her heart bleeding. She felt the pain of the earth and heard the wails of the living. She decided to use her own divine power to restore this devastated world. Gaia raised her hands, chanting incantations. Her divine power, like a clear spring, flowed across the earth. The devastated earth began to heal, and the perished living things regained their lives. With Gaia's efforts, the earth gradually regained its vitality. The grass grew lush, flowers bloomed, rivers surged, and birds sang. The living beings felt Gaia's love and were filled with gratitude toward Gaia. However, Gaia knew that this was only a temporary peace. The shadow of the War of the Gods still loomed over the world, ready to erupt again at any moment. She decided to find a way to end this war once and for all. The 12 Titans furiously cast Uranus into the endless abyss, leaving him to fall into a slumber in the darkness. They mercilessly stripped him of his power, suppressed his symbol of patriarchal power in a box, and sent it into the deepest part of the ocean. In the depths of the ocean, dark and silent, the box emitted a mysterious light, as if recounting the former glory of Uranus. The 12 Titans stood by the seashore, gazing at the box as it gradually disappeared into the darkness, their hearts filled with complex emotions. They knew that their actions would have far-reaching consequences, but they also firmly believed that this was for the sake of the world's balance and justice. Uranus's rule had become tyrannical and cruel, and his power had to be weakened. As the box disappeared, the waves of the ocean gradually calmed down, as if everything had returned to its former tranquility. However, the 12 Titans knew in their hearts that this was only a new beginning, and they would face more challenges and trials. In the days to come, they must work together to build a more just and harmonious world, allowing all life to thrive in an environment of freedom and equality. While Chaos's eldest daughter, Gaia, goddess of the earth, was busy repairing the world, the gods fell into a state of turmoil. They began to nominate candidates for the position of God King, and the scene descended into chaos. Some deities nominated the powerful great river god, Oceanus, believing his strength was sufficient to rule all gods. Others supported the goddess of oracles, Phoebe, praising her wisdom and strategy. However, some deities proposed other candidates, each sticking to their own views in an endless argument. Amidst this chaotic situation, a mysterious deity quietly appeared. He possessed incomparable wisdom and power, and his appearance shocked the gods. He stood silently to the side, observing the arguments of the gods with a slight smirk, seemingly having his own plans for this struggle for the throne. The gods noticed the presence of this mysterious deity and ceased their arguing, turning their gazes toward him. They began to speculate about his identity and purpose, their hearts filled with doubt and anticipation. Meanwhile, Gaia, goddess of the earth, remained focused on repairing the countless scars upon the land, completely unaware of the strife among the gods. There was only one conviction in her heart: to restore vitality to the earth and allow all things to flourish once more. As the gods continued their incessant bickering, the sea god Pontus and the god of mountains, Aurea, also joined the fray. Both yearned for the status of God King and engaged in a fierce struggle for it. Pontus stirred up surging waves, attempting to conquer the gods with the power of the ocean. Aurea summoned towering mountain peaks, intending to suppress his rivals with the stability of the earth. However, the gods realized that such fighting would only bring endless chaos and destruction. Thus, they decided to leave the decision to the laws. The laws descended, their power enveloping the entire world. Before the laws, all gods felt an irresistible majesty. Ultimately, the laws bestowed the status of God King. This position did not fall upon Pontus or Aurea, but was given to an unexpected deity. He was Cronus, who controlled the power of time and destiny. Since the laws had chosen the God King they required, the gods ceased their disputes, and the first conflict over the election of a God King ended abruptly. Cronus elevated Rhea to the status of God Queen, and they held a grand and solemn ceremony. On Mount Othrys, the gods gathered to witness this great moment. Rhea wore a magnificent robe and a brilliant crown, her beauty and nobility captivated the gods. Cronus stood by her side with a smile, his eyes filled with deep affection for Rhea. Cronus was the king of gods, possessing supreme power and majesty. He not only named his brothers and sisters as the 12 main gods, granting them noble status, but also endowed them with powerful magic. However, as time passed, the status of the 12 main gods gradually declined, and their power weakened accordingly. Surprisingly, their auditing abilities rose to the level of high magic deities. During a meeting of the gods, the king of gods announced a major decision. He would re-evaluate the positions and duties of the 12 main gods and make adjustments based on their auditing abilities. This decision caused a sensation among the gods, as everyone speculated who would become the new 12 main gods. In the days that followed, the gods showcased their auditing abilities, hoping to attain higher status. They scrutinized all things in the world, judging good and evil, right and wrong. Ultimately, based on their performance, the King of Gods re-established the list of the 12 main gods. The 12 main gods were born, possessing powerful auditing abilities and higher status. They would continue to guard the world and maintain justice and order. However, some authorities remained in the hands of others. For instance, the authority over the ocean and the authority over plant growth were held by Pontus and Thalassa, goddess of the Salt Sea, respectively, while a portion of the growth authority was held by Gaia, goddess of the earth. The 12 main gods gathered in the temple on Mount Othrys, their expressions heavy and serious. Cronus sat upon his throne, his gaze deep as he watched the other deities. We must find a way to acquire more authority to ensure we can fulfill our divine duties and maintain the order we have just established. Cronus's voice was low and commanding. The goddess of justice, Themis, stepped forward, her eyes firm and wise. We can expand our domains and increase our authority through battle and conquest. Oceanus, however, offered a different opinion. The ocean is my domain. I can enhance our strength by controlling the power of the sea. Other deities also voiced their opinions and suggestions, and the discussion became heated. Ultimately, the 12 main gods reached a consensus. They would each use their own strength and wisdom to obtain the divine authorities that belong to them. Oceanus and Tethys walked side by side, their steps light yet firm, every pace carrying anticipation for the unknown. When they reached the seashore, Nerus, the friend of the sea, had already been waiting for a long time. Nerus greeted them with a smile, his eyes revealing respect and welcome for these two distinguished guests. Under Nerus's guidance, Oceanus and Tethys embarked on a wonderful journey. They crossed the surging surface of the sea, feeling the power and mystery of the ocean. As they went deeper into the sea, the light gradually dimmed, and the surrounding environment became increasingly strange and mysterious. Finally, they reached the deep sea and met Pontus. Pontus's body was massive and majestic, his presence filled the entire deep sea with a solemn atmosphere. Oceanus, Tethys, and Pontus began to discuss the authority of the ocean, their discussion serious and earnest, as every decision concerned the future of the sea. During the discussion, Oceanus proposed several suggestions regarding the ecological balance of the ocean, emphasizing the importance of protecting marine biodiversity. Tethys focused on marine climate change, suggesting measures to address the impact of global warming on the oceans. Pontus listened intently to their opinions and stated he would consider them carefully. Ultimately, after a period of intense discussion, they reached a consensus. Oceanus, Tethys, and Pontus decided to work together to protect the marine environment and maintain the peace and stability of the ocean. They believed that only through cooperation could the authority of the ocean be better exercised, allowing this mysterious and beautiful domain to prosper forever. Pontus sat with the others, discussing important matters concerning the ocean. With a serious expression, Pontus scanned everyone and then said solemnly, "We cannot ignore the existence of Thalassa, goddess of the Salt Sea. She holds a portion of the ocean's authority. We need to consult with her to make a wise decision." Everyone nodded in agreement, well aware of Thalassa's power and influence. Thus, Pontus dispatched an envoy to Thalassa's palace to invite her to the discussion. The envoy entered Thalassa's temple with a heart full of devotion, hoping to catch a glimpse of the sea goddess's elegance. However, the temple was empty, with only a tranquil atmosphere permeating the air. The envoy was filled with doubt but did not leave, instead waiting quietly. After a while, a sea nereid serving the goddess entered. The envoy hurried forward to ask about the goddess's whereabouts. The sea nereid told him with a grave expression that due to the impact of the divine war, the earth had suffered heavy damage, and the goddess had been helping Gaia, goddess of the earth, to recover her strength. Thalassa was also assisting the goddess, soothing the souls of those who perished in the war. Upon hearing this, the envoy felt a surge of admiration. He knew the goddess's mission was significant and understood how vital Thalassa's assistance was. Following the divine war, the land lay devastated and deathly silent. Although the earth goddess had restored the earth, the creatures who perished in the conflict could not find rest. Their wails echoed through the heavens, immersing the entire world in grief. The god of death shuttled busily across the land, attempting to lead these restless spirits to the afterlife. However, there were simply too many dead, and even the god of death felt overwhelmed. His figure flashed constantly across the battlefields, yet he remained unable to quiet the endless lamentations. Thalassa sat on a reef by the sea, a seven-stringed lyre resting across her knees. Her fingers gently plucked the strings, and the melodious music drifted on the sea breeze. When the vengeful spirits heard this beautiful music, their wails gradually subsided, replaced by an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. Thalassa continued to play, her eyes filled with pity and compassion. She hoped these vengeful spirits could find peace and suffer no more. As the music rang out, the figures of the spirits gradually blurred, slowly merging into the darkness of the underworld. When the last vengeful spirit vanished, Thalassa stopped playing. She sat there quietly, feeling the sea breeze blow against her, her heart filled with gratification. She knew her music had served its purpose, these spirits had finally found rest. From then on, Thalassa became a hero in the hearts of the people. Her music could not only soothe the souls of the living but also save the suffering spirits of the dead. Nyx, goddess of night, heard of this and felt the melody was quite suitable for soothing souls in the underworld. Thus, she asked Hypnos, the god of sleep, to invite Thalassa to the underworld. When Hypnos arrived at the temple of the goddess of the salt sea, Thalassa's subordinate gods were all drowsy. This was likely an inherent trait of the god of sleep. Only after Hypnos retracted his divine aura did the subordinate gods feel slightly better and see the visitor clearly. Greetings, respected deity. May I ask what brings you here? Greetings, beautiful Lady Delhi. I am Hypnos, the god of sleep. My mother goddess invites Her Highness the goddess of the salt sea to visit the underworld. I wonder if Her Highness Thalassa has the time. Lord Hypnos, I am sorry, but the goddess is out. I will convey your message as soon as she returns. Very well, thank you, Delhi, goddess of silken weaving. Upon Thalassa's return to her ocean temple, Delhi relayed the invitation from Hypnos, and Thalassa readily accepted. She traveled to Mount Atikados in the west of the Chaos World, which serves as the boundary between the earth and the underworld. This was the gateway to the realm of the dead. With a heavy heart, Thalassa embarked on the journey up Mount Atikados. She followed the winding mountain path, and the surrounding scenery gradually became desolate and cold. When she finally reached the mountainside, a mysterious stone gate appeared before her eyes. The stone gate was tightly shut, as if hiding endless secrets. Thalassa took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and pushed the door open. Behind the door lay a vast darkness. A frigid draft rushed out, making her shudder involuntarily. She stepped cautiously into the dark world, the ground beneath her feet uneven. Faint light filtered from the distance, illuminating the path ahead. She saw a desolate landscape all around, with no signs of life, only silence and loneliness. Continuing through the darkness, Thalassa, the sea goddess, felt the unique temperature of the underworld. Fortunately, her temperature authority ensured she did not feel the freezing cold. She pressed forward, the ground becoming more rugged as if recounting the ancient history of the underworld. She walked carefully, every step filled with reverence. Thalassa moved slowly along this deep path, lined with pomegranate trees, poplars, and fruitless palms unique to the underworld. The pomegranates were a vivid, dripping red, like jewels of the underworld emitting a mysterious aura. The poplars stood tall and straight, their leaves rustling as if telling stories of the realm. The fruitless palms stood solitary, casting a sense of desolation. Hypnos and Thanatos stood side by side, their figures flickering in the darkness of the underworld. Hypnos wore black robes, his face handsome and serene, his eyes revealing a mysterious power that made one fall into a deep sleep involuntarily. Thanatos was clad in black armor, holding a scythe, his face cold and majestic, exuding the irresistible force of death. Thalassa's body radiated a blue light, illuminating the entire underworld. Her long hair fluttered in the wind like waves on the sea. Her eyes revealed a gentleness and compassion that allowed one to feel the power of life. Hypnos and Thanatos bowed in respect to Thalassa. Greetings, respected goddess of the salt sea, Her Highness Thalassa. Welcome to the underworld. My mother goddess Nyx wishes to see you. Lord Hypnos, Lord Thanatos, thank you. It is an honor to receive an invitation from the great goddess Nyx. After completing my divine duties, I came to the underworld without delay, just to witness the grace of the primordial god, Nyx, goddess of night. Thalassa responded to their greeting with a smile, her voice as crisp and pleasant as waves crashing against the rocks. Since Thanatos needed to fulfill his divine duties, Hypnos led Thalassa toward the temple of Nyx, describing the scenery of the underworld along the way. When Thalassa arrived at the palace of the underworld, Nyx personally greeted her. Nyx expressed a warm welcome to Thalassa's arrival. Welcome, Thalassa of the sea. Your songs and music have brought comfort to the souls of the underworld. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty Nyx. After Nyx praised her songs and flute music, Thalassa felt deeply honored and offered her most brilliant performance. In the palace, Thalassa sang a soft lullaby. Accompanied by the flute, her singing was like gentle waves flowing slowly, causing even the goddess of night to feel drowsy. The melodious rhythm seemed to carry a mysterious power, soothing every soul. Under the influence of this lullaby, the vengeful spirits of the underworld gradually quieted down. They were no longer restless but immersed in a peaceful atmosphere. Thalassa's voice seemed able to penetrate the pain and resentment in their hearts, offering a sliver of warmth and comfort. Next, Thalassa sang a requiem, the flute notes winding and light with waves of soothing energy. This piece was deeper and more sorrowful, as if recounting the stories of the spirits. Her singing was filled with sympathy and pity, making the spirits feel the warmth of being understood and accepted. Amidst this beautiful singing, their resentment gradually dissipated, and their souls found peace. As the singing ceased, the underworld returned to tranquility, and the goddess of night entered a sweet dream. The vengeful spirits, carrying inner peace, left this world for the place where they belonged. Thalassa's voice became their final solace in this world, allowing them to feel a touch of warmth and hope as they departed. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
The sea god who traveled through Greek mythology. Part 2. While Nyx, goddess of night, was in a deep slumber, Erebus, the god of darkness, arrived at her temple. Unaware of what had transpired, he detained Thalassa, the goddess of the salt sea. Erebus was tall and draped in black robes, radiating an endless aura of darkness. His gaze was cold and majestic, sending shivers down one's spine. Thalassa was trapped within Erebus's dark power, unable to break free. Her beautiful face was filled with terror and helplessness, and tears glistened in her blue eyes. The goddess of night sensed something was wrong. Emerging from the depths of the temple, she saw Erebus detaining Thalassa, and a surge of anger rose within her. Her figure flickered in the darkness, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. The goddess of night looked coldly at Erebus and said, "Erebus, why have you detained Thalassa?" Erebus remained silent, merely staring intently at the goddess of night. Seeing this, the goddess of night condensed a beam of dark light in her hand and fired it toward Erebus. Erebus dodged to the side, and the dark light struck the wall behind him, leaving a deep mark. The two engaged in a fierce argument. Although they were husband and wife, it did not stop the goddess of night from protecting Thalassa. After all, Thalassa's requiem and lullaby were vital to her children. Dark power and mysterious energy collided, making the entire temple tremble. During the battle, Erebus gradually gained the upper hand, his dark power suppressing the goddess of night. Just as Erebus was about to defeat the goddess of night, a light of law descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire temple. Within the light appeared a mysterious being whose aura was so powerful and divine that it was irresistible. The mysterious being looked at Erebus and said, Erebus, your actions have violated the laws of the gods. Release Thalassa, or you shall face severe punishment. Erebus felt the overwhelming power of the mysterious being, and fear welled up in his heart. Helplessly, he released Thalassa and vanished into the darkness. In the palace of the goddess of night, a grand welcoming ceremony was being held. Thalassa, the sea goddess, was bathed in the radiance of the goddess of night. Charon, the ferryman of the river Styx, stood quietly to the side, clad in black robes and holding a long pole. His eyes were deep and mysterious, as if hiding endless secrets. Hypnos, the deity who brings peaceful sleep, whose presence allows people to find tranquility and rest in moments of exhaustion. Thanatos, wielding the scythe of death, is the irresistible messenger of fate. Moros, who governs the doom of the gods, whose decisions no one can escape. Eris, the goddess of discord, whose appearance is often accompanied by conflict and chaos. The fates of these children of night and darkness will be legendary. Under the guidance of the gods, they shall write their own glorious chapters. Other children of the goddess of night also came forward. Some were dressed in magnificent robes, while others radiated a mysterious aura. They surrounded Thalassa, expressing their welcome and respect. The goddess of night, draped in black robes, descended before Thalassa. Her eyes were deep and mysterious, revealing a longing for Thalassa's melodies. Thalassa, your lullaby and requiem are exactly what the underworld needs. They will bring tranquility and rest to the deceased, the voice of the goddess of night echoed in the darkness. Sensing the sincerity of the goddess of night, Thalassa smiled and nodded, agreeing to the trade. The godhoods of silence and tranquility, and sub-zero extreme cold, were passed from the hands of the goddess of night to Thalassa. She immediately felt a surge of serene power in her heart. From then on, Thalassa's melodies played throughout the underworld, bringing solace to countless souls. The goddess of night also gained even greater reverence from the beings of the underworld because of this. With the trade complete, Thalassa gained the friendship of the various deities of the underworld. Goddess Nyx invited Thalassa to go for a walk. The two strolled through the underworld, talking as they went, enjoying a time of peace. As they walked, they saw a barren coconut tree. Thalassa grew curious about this peculiar tree and reached out to brush against its leaves. However, the sharp leaves cut her finger, and divine blood dripped onto the ground. Miraculously, where the divine blood fell, peace flowers instantly bloomed. These flowers emitted an enchanting fragrance, as if telling a story. Both goddess Nyx and Thalassa were captivated by this beautiful sight, gazing silently at the peace flowers with hearts full of awe. In that moment, Thalassa felt the wonder and fragility of life, realizing that even gods can be harmed. Goddess Nyx smiled. Looking through the river of fate, she knew that Thalassa, the sea goddess, would descend to the underworld again in the future to make significant contributions to its development. Furthermore, Thalassa's divine authorities would include a portion related to disaster. Her godhood contained powers connected to calamity, which shared an intricate link with Thanatos, the god of death. Nyx, goddess of night, was well aware of this subtle relationship and intended to maintain a good rapport with Thalassa. As time passed, Thalassa increasingly felt it was time to leave. She was deeply grateful for the care the goddess of night had shown her, but she also understood that she could not rely on others forever. After a moment of silence, Thalassa broke the quiet and began to describe some of her thoughts and visions. She wanted to create a beautiful and harmonious world, a world full of vitality and hope. Nyx, goddess of night, listened quietly, a hint of admiration showing in her eyes. As the personification of night, Nyx understood the balance between darkness and light. She gave Thalassa some guidance, telling her to respect the laws of nature during the creative process and to learn to listen to the voices of all things. Nyx said, Thalassa, your ideas are beautiful, but realizing them will not be easy. You will need sufficient patience and wisdom to face the difficulties and challenges that may arise. Thalassa nodded, knowing Nyx's words were true. She decided to work harder at learning and exploring to constantly refine her vision. After digesting the guidance from Nyx, goddess of night, Thalassa came before her with eyes full of firmness and determination. She said softly, Goddess, thank you for your care, but I must leave this place to pursue my own path. The goddess of night smiled slightly, her eyes filled with understanding and blessings. She nodded gently and said, "Child, I know you have your own mission and pursuits. Go, and may everything go well for you on the road ahead." Thalassa bowed deeply, and then Nyx sent her out of the temple. She reappeared on the soil of the underworld, where Hypnos, the god of sleep, was waiting. "Lady Thalassa, Mother Goddess has asked me to see you off." The two gods did not speak along the way. The goddess of night also silently watched the direction of her departure, her heart full of emotion. She knew that Thalassa would face many challenges and difficulties, but she also believed that Thalassa would surely overcome everything and achieve her dreams. Thalassa and Hypnos, the god of sleep, strolled through the underworld, where the surrounding atmosphere was eerie and oppressive. Thalassa felt an unbearable thirst and spotted a pomegranate tree by the roadside, laden with plump fruit. She couldn't help but reach out to pluck one, but just as she was about to put it in her mouth, Hypnos immediately spoke up to stop her. "If you wish to stay in the underworld, then eat this pomegranate." Thalassa's hand froze in midair. She looked at Hypnos, her eyes filled with confusion and hesitation. Hypnos's gaze was firm and serious as he emphasized once more, "Eat the pomegranate, and you shall remain in the underworld forever, to keep me company." Thalassa fell into memory, as if the fate of Persephone, daughter of the agricultural goddess Demeter in Greek mythology, was intertwining in her heart. Persephone had been seen by Hades, the god of the underworld, while attending a banquet of the gods. Struck by her beauty, he captured her and took her to the underworld. Demeter searched everywhere and finally found her there, but Hades took advantage of Demeter's inattention and tricked Persephone into eating 6 pomegranate seeds. Before Thalassa's eyes, she seemed to see the moment Persephone ate the pomegranate, enveloped by the darkness and mystery of the underworld. Those 6 seeds were like seeds of fate, destining her stay in the underworld. After she ate the pomegranates of the underworld, Hades naturally would not let her go. In the end, Demeter had to negotiate with Hades. Persephone would stay on the earth for 6 months to accompany her mother and return to the underworld for 6 months to accompany Hades as his queen. When Persephone went to the underworld to accompany Hades, Demeter was too heartbroken to care for the crops on the earth, leading to the arrival of autumn. Falling leaves drifted like Demeter's tears, and the whistling cold wind seemed to speak of her longing. Thalassa felt that loneliness and helplessness. She deeply felt Demeter's pain. The severe cold of winter froze the earth and also froze time. Demeter looked out at the vast white world, a desire for warmth rising in her heart. She thought of Persephone's days in the underworld. Was there perhaps a trace of warmth there as well? However, Thalassa knew that all of this was the arrangement of fate. Persephone's story was an interpretation of life and reincarnation. In this silent moment, Thalassa decided to cherish the beauty before her and bravely face life's challenges. She etched Persephone's story into her heart, turning it into the strength to move forward. Thalassa stood quietly at the entrance to the underworld, the tempting pomegranate clutched in her hand. A trace of hesitation and struggle showed in her eyes as her heart wavered between the ocean and the underworld. The sweet aroma of the pomegranate filled the air, tempting her taste buds. However, she knew deep down that once she tasted this fruit, it meant she would stay in the underworld forever, separated from her beloved ocean. Thalassa thought of the vastness and freedom of the ocean. That was her domain and her source of power. She could frolic in the waves, feel the sea breeze blowing, and live together with the marine creatures. The underworld, though mysterious and alluring, was full of the unknown and restraint. Ultimately, Thalassa firmly set down the pomegranate and turned to leave the entrance of the underworld. Her heart was filled with longing and desire for the ocean, and she decided to return to the world where she belonged. She bid farewell to Hypnos at the gates of the underworld and began her return journey. "Prince Hypnos, I am returning to the sea. You are welcome to descend to the ocean at night to feel its warmth. Finally, I give you a piece of music, a lullaby, as thanks for your care during this time." "Thank you, I like this gift very much, Princess Thalassa, goddess of the brine. May your radiance bring even greater prosperity to the ocean." After taking the music score and a flute carved from jade that Thalassa handed over, the two deities waved goodbye. Following the path she came by, Thalassa successfully returned to the ocean. When she stepped back into the ocean's embrace, a surge of warm power welled up in her heart. She felt the ocean's welcome and blessing, and her divine power was restored in an instant. Thalassa swam joyfully through the ocean, her movements graceful and agile. She knew she had made the right choice, the ocean was her true home. The messenger of Pontus came to the ocean temple once more, inviting Thalassa to participate in the discussion regarding the division of oceanic authority. Thalassa readily agreed. Dressed in a sea blue robe, she looked like the incarnation of the ocean as she gracefully arrived at the ocean temple. When she entered the temple, Pontus, Oceanus, and Tethys had already been waiting for a long time. Pontus was tall and powerful, his body seemingly containing endless strength. Oceanus appeared gentle and wise, his eyes revealing a deep attachment to the sea. Tethys was beautiful and moving, her smile as warm as sunlight. After Thalassa and the others exchanged greetings, the discussion began. They held an intense debate centered on the distribution of oceanic authority, the protection of marine life, and the balance of the marine ecosystem. Thalassa proposed some unique insights, believing that the ocean is the cradle of life and should receive better protection and management. Pontus and Oceanus expressed their agreement with her views, while Tethys offered specific suggestions to ensure these goals were achieved. During the discussion, they fully utilized their respective wisdom and strength to jointly formulate a series of plans and strategies for the ocean's future. Reaching the most critical step, they discussed the division of sea territories. Since Pontus was a primordial god of the sea's physical depths and Thalassa was the personification of the sea's salt water, they deliberated together. Pontus proposed that he wished to control the deep-sea regions, as they had no substantial connection to the land, allowing him to better guard the oceanic life. Thalassa, however, believed that as the personification of the sea water, she should possess the vast domain of the oceanic waters, the depths of the ocean filled with mystery and the unknown. They ceded 1/8 of the sea territory to Tethys, goddess of the sea, and Oceanus, the great river god of the ocean. However, Thalassa required a portion of authority over the sky, and Pontus required some divine artifacts. Tethys and Oceanus returned to Mount Othrys to negotiate with Cronus, the king of the gods, and finally, Cronus agreed to their conditions. Thalassa obtained authority over the climate in the sky, which was an extension of the weather divinity, the great divinity of climate. They came before Cronus, the king of the gods, to witness the signing of a covenant. Cronus assigned them the sea territories they desired based on their requests, tasking them with guarding the marine life. The deep-sea domain belonged to Thalassa, where she could freely explore and rule. Oceanus and Tethys possessed 1/8 of the sea territory on the west coast. Except for when Thalassa needed to pass through to fulfill her divine duties, they would not encroach upon each other at other times, each managing their own sea territory and jointly maintaining the ocean's prosperity, order, and balance. Ultimately, they reached a consensus and decided to work together to protect this mysterious and beautiful ocean. Atop the divine Mount Othrys, the 12 main gods gathered. They sat in a circle, their expressions solemn as they discussed the changes occurring between heaven and earth. Hyperion, the god of light, was the first to speak. I feel that heaven and earth lack vitality and vigor. We need some new life to fill this void. Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, nodded and said, I agree with Hyperion's view. We can create some new creatures and let them multiply and thrive between heaven and earth. The gods expressed their agreement one after another, and so they began to discuss the details of creating these new beings. Finally, they decided that Iapetus would create humans from clay, and Koios would bestow upon them wisdom and a soul. Through the gods' efforts, humanity was born. They multiplied between heaven and earth, creating a brilliant civilization. From then on, the world was filled with vitality and vigor, becoming even more beautiful. Thus, the 12 Titans held a banquet and invited all the deities to attend. Inside the banquet hall, everything was magnificent, there were delicacies and fine wines in abundance. The deities took their seats one after another, their laughter and chatter creating a lively atmosphere. Finally, Gaia, goddess of the earth, made a grand entrance. She wore a magnificent robe and a brilliant crown, her figure was graceful, and her temperament elegant. The 12 Titans rose one by one to salute Gaia and spoke of their needs. Gaia listened quietly, her eyes revealing wisdom and maternal love. She knew well the heavy responsibilities of the 12 Titans and understood the difficulties and challenges they faced. She nodded slightly, expressing her understanding and support. Subsequently, Gaia stood up and delivered a passionate speech. She encouraged the 12 Titans to face difficulties bravely, to remain united, and to jointly protect this world. Her words were full of power and confidence, leaving the 12 Titans greatly inspired. Amidst the clamor of the banquet, the 12 Titans sat around Gaia, their gazes focused on the life bottle in her hand. The vase emitted a mysterious glow, as if it contained infinite life force. Iapetus stood up and respectfully extended his hands to Gaia, requesting to borrow the life bottle to create humanity. Gaia hesitated for a moment but eventually handed the vase to him. Iapetus took the vase and felt the powerful energy contained within. His eyes were filled with determination and expectation. After the banquet ended, Iapetus took the life bottle and embarked on a journey to the earth. He traversed dense forests and crossed surging rivers, finally arriving at a vast plain. Here, he would begin the great mission of creating humanity. Iapetus opened the life bottle and poured its life force onto the earth. Instantly, the ground began to tremble and the soil churned. Iapetus stood upon the earth with clay in his hands, his gaze focused and profound. With a gentle squeeze, the clay took the shape of a person. Then, he bestowed soul power upon these clay figures, granting them life. Seeing Iapetus's masterpiece, Koios was filled with admiration. He stepped forward and endowed these clay figures with wisdom, enabling them to think and learn. The clay people began to move, curiously exploring the world around them. They used their wisdom to create tools and their soul power to feel the beauty of life. Iapetus and Koios looked at these clay people with hearts full of gratification. They knew that these clay people would become the masters of the world, and their wisdom and soul power would make the world a better place. However, they also knew that the future of the clay people was full of challenges and difficulties. They would need to face the trials of natural disasters, disease, and war. But Iapetus and Koios believed that the clay people possessed enough wisdom and soul power to overcome all difficulties and create a wonderful future. After molding for a while, Iapetus grew tired. He exerted his divine power and infused it into the soil. The clay changed, and embryonic forms of life gradually began to appear. Iapetus carefully shaped these forms, while Koios granted them human shapes and wisdom. As time passed, the first batch of humans was born. They opened their eyes and looked curiously at this world. Iapetus looked at his masterpiece with a heart full of joy and pride. He knew that these humans would become the masters of the earth. They would inherit the wisdom and power of the gods and create their own glory. Thus, golden humanity was born. After golden humanity was born, heaven and earth were filled with vitality and vigor. They possessed shimmering golden skin, vigorous physiques, and handsome features. The 12 Titans descended one after another to offer blessings to these new lives. Oceanus, the god of the sea, bestowed upon them endless courage so they could bravely face the challenges of life. Cronus, the god of the sky, gave them a broad vision so they could see into the distant future. Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, gave them wisdom so they could distinguish right from wrong and make correct choices. Under the blessings of the Titans, golden humanity lived a happy and joyful life. They suffered no torments of illness or troubles of pain, spending every day in a world filled with laughter and song. They lived in harmony with nature, using their own hands to create a beautiful future. Golden humanity lived in this world full of wonder and beauty. They had healthy bodies and cheerful spirits, spending every day in joy. They were filled with gratitude toward the 12 Titans and Gaia, goddess of the earth, and thus took action to build grand temples for them. These temples were exquisitely constructed and magnificently decorated, showcasing golden humanity's respect and worship for the deities. People held grand sacrificial ceremonies in the temples, offering abundant sacrifices to express their gratitude to the gods. The 12 Titans and Gaia, goddess of the earth, felt the piety of golden humanity, and they bestowed happiness and peace upon mankind even more generously. In this wonderful world, golden humanity and the deities coexisted in harmony, jointly creating an era of prosperity. Their lives were full of joy and hope, untroubled by pain or disease. However, as time passed, the fate of golden humanity also underwent a change. On that fertile land, people lived a carefree life. When they were hungry, there were fruits on the trees to satisfy them. When they were thirsty, there was sweet spring water to quench their thirst. This life of abundance and sufficiency gradually caused a sense of contempt for the deities to grow within them. They began to stop being grateful for the gods' blessings and stopped following the gods' teachings. They became greedy and selfish, caring only for their own interests without regard for the feelings of others. The gods saw the changes in the people and were filled with anger. They decided to teach the people a lesson, making them realize once again the power and majesty of the deities. And so, the gods cast magic, making the fruits on the trees bitter and the spring water dry up. The people lost their food and water sources, and life became difficult. They began to realize their mistakes and regretted their contempt for the deities. They prayed to the gods one after another, begging for forgiveness. The gods saw the people's repentance, and their anger gradually subsided. They decided to forgive the people and bestowed food and water upon them once again. The people learned a lesson from this experience. They understood the power and majesty of the gods, as well as the importance of gratitude and cherishing what they had. From then on, they respected the deities more and cherished everything they possessed more deeply. Thalassa slowly stepped into the temple, her figure appearing exceptionally cold and aloof in the quiet atmosphere. She felt the aura of tranquility permeating the temple, as if time itself had stood still at this moment. Thalassa closed her eyes and began to absorb the divinities of silence and low-temperature cold. As the divinities merged, Thalassa's body gradually emitted an icy aura. Her temperature divinity had originally been only 0 degrees, but what Nyx had bestowed was a divinity of sub-zero extreme cold, which greatly enhanced her power. Thalassa opened her eyes, her gaze revealing an icy majesty. Feeling the powerful energy within her body, her heart was filled with confidence. She knew that with this power, she would be better able to protect the world. However, Thalassa also understood that an increase in power did not mean everything. She needed to use this power more cautiously to avoid bringing unnecessary harm to the world. In the vast depths of the ocean, the quiet silence divinity and the ocean saltwater divinity quietly merged. This seemingly calm seawater was actually surging with undercurrents at all times, filled with endless danger. However, it was precisely this mysterious and dangerous environment that provided marine life with abundant food resources. Various marine creatures thrived in this sea area, having adapted to the impact of undercurrents and the challenges of danger. Coral reefs swayed gracefully under the influence of the undercurrents, providing habitats for many small fish. Meanwhile, powerful predators such as sharks and whales patrolled these waters in search of their prey. Whenever night fell, the creatures in the ocean began to liven up. Flickering bioluminescence danced in the darkness, forming a beautiful and mysterious picture. Schools of small fish darted between the coral reefs to avoid potential dangers. Meanwhile, brave explorers ventured deep into the ocean to explore unknown realms. In this ocean full of danger and opportunity, miracles of life were constantly unfolding. The quiet silence divinity and the ocean saltwater divinity blended together, allowing Thalassa's ocean saltwater divinity to advance further, reaching the high stage of high divine power. In the world of extreme cold, the temperature divinity and the weather divinity merged, making the icy atmosphere even more pronounced. Sub-zero temperatures were no longer just about freezing, they brought about even harsher challenges. Blizzards ravaged the land, with howling winds and swirling snowflakes. Glaciers spread across this cold land, and massive blocks of ice squeezed against each other, making deafening sounds. The power of the severe cold made everything fragile and dangerous. In this extreme environment, the existence of life became extremely difficult. Only those creatures adapted to the cold could survive on this land. They possessed thick fur or feathers to resist the invasion of the severe cold. Thalassa looked at the nymphs, who were shivering in the cold environment. They yearned for warmth, so Thalassa decided to try drilling wood for fire or using flint to obtain flames. She began to search for suitable wood and stones, trying hard to recall the knowledge she had learned about making fire. After some effort, she finally found a dry wooden stick and a piece of flint. She rubbed the stick quickly against the stone, hoping to produce sparks. However, after several attempts, she still hadn't succeeded. She felt a bit frustrated but did not give up. She continued to work hard, adjusting the angle and strength. Finally, during one friction, she saw a faint spark. A glimmer of hope surged in Thalassa's heart. She carefully guided the spark to flammable materials and blew gently, letting the fire gradually grow larger. Before long, she successfully started a fire. The warm flames leapt, illuminating the surrounding darkness and dispelling the cold from her body. Thalassa felt incredibly relieved and satisfied. She sat by the fire, enjoying the warmth and feeling the hope and power brought by the flames. After doing all this, Thalassa made a declaration to the laws. I, Thalassa, derive fire from the temperature divinity. I, Thalassa, am the controller of flames and the messenger of light. In that long dark night, I use the temperature of fire to dispel the severe cold and bring warmth and comfort to the people. The firelight illuminates the dark corners, so that people no longer fear the unknown. I use fire to drive away wild beasts and protect the safety of the people. The power of flames makes the beasts fear, they dare not approach our homes. Under my protection, people can live in peace without worrying about being attacked by wild beasts. I use fire to illuminate the dark night, giving guidance to those in the darkness. In moments of being lost, people can see the glow of the flames and find the direction forward. My fire shall not be extinguished. It symbolizes hope and courage, allowing people to remain unyielding in the face of difficulties. By my side, people feel the power and warmth of fire. They gather around the flames, sharing each other's stories and dreams. My fire has become a part of their lives, giving them the strength and courage to pursue their own happiness. I, Thalassa, the master of flames, control the most violent and powerful force in the world. The flames leap and dance in my hands. It is a symbol of destruction, yet also the starting point of rebirth. When I release the power of flames, all things shall tremble in its heat. Fire is an incredible power. It can instantly ignite everything, turning it into ashes. It can also illuminate the way forward in the darkness, bringing hope and courage. However, O humanity, you must use this power well, otherwise it will bring endless disaster and pain. In my view, fire is a tool that can be used for creation and destruction. It can bring warmth and light to humanity, or it can become a weapon of war and destruction. Therefore, I hope humanity can use the power of fire wisely, using it to benefit themselves and the entire world. Let fire be your partner, not your enemy. Use it to cook food, for warmth, and for lighting, making life better. But at the same time, be vigilant of the dangers of fire, and avoid causing fires through negligence, which would lead to irreparable losses. I, Thalassa, will forever guard the power of fire, ensuring it is not abused. I hope humanity can respect and cherish this power, using it to create a more beautiful future. Thalassa, the sea goddess, her declaration was like a mysterious incantation, echoing across the world. The laws felt the power of this declaration and deemed it vital to golden humanity. Thus, the laws sent down fire, heat, and high temperatures, merging the fire disaster divinity into the weather and humanity's divinities. Instantly, the sky was dyed red by flames, and the earth was shrouded in high temperatures, as if placed inside a furnace. Fires raged, devouring everything, and people fled in terror. However, golden humanity was not struck down by fear. Relying on their tenacious will and wisdom, they engaged in a life and death struggle with the fires. They covered their noses and mouths with wet cloths to prevent smoke inhalation. They carried water in buckets, striving to extinguish the flames. They organized themselves, helping one another to resist the disaster together. In this disaster, golden humanity displayed incomparable courage and unity. Their spiritual strength affected everything around them. Even the flames seemed to be intimidated by their courage, gradually weakening in intensity. Ultimately, the fires were extinguished, and golden humanity achieved victory. They learned lessons from this disaster, cherishing life and nature even more. And Thalassa's declaration became the driving force for their progress, inspiring them to continuously pursue higher realms. After obtaining fire, Thalassa's power received a tremendous boost. She possessed a high-rank ocean divinity, granting her control over the ocean's might. The surging waves and the ebb and flow of the tides were all subject to her whims. Simultaneously, she held a high-rank weather divinity, enabling her to summon wind and rain and govern the transformations of the sky. The howling winds and driving rains both obeyed her commands. Not only that, Thalassa had also acquired a mid-rank cultural divinity, which granted her a deeper understanding of human emotions and culture. She could feel the joys and sorrows of humanity and gain insight into human thoughts and behaviors. With these powerful divinities, Thalassa became the ruler of the realms of the ocean, weather, and culture. Her existence filled people with awe and gratitude toward both nature and humanity. Thalassa was determined to elevate her cultural divinity, and she knew full well the importance of cuisine to the people. She recalled cake recipes from her past life in the 21st century, and a surge of excitement rose in her heart. She decided to start with the simplest cake and sent the nymphs to find the necessary ingredients. The nymphs flitted through the forest, searching for fresh bird eggs, flour, white sugar, and milk. They carefully picked flowers and gathered nectar, hoping to add a touch of natural sweetness to the cake. Her subordinate god, Delmar, did not know what the flour and white sugar, the main god spoke of were. Flour is a white powder ground from a plant. When mixed with water, it can ferment and expand to make food that satisfies hunger. White sugar is a juice extracted from a plant, filtered through boiling to create white, snow-like crystals that are very sweet. I understand, main god. There is a type of coca bean powder that sounds like the flour you mentioned. As for white sugar, we don't have that, but honey and nectar are sweet and fragrant, so they should be suitable substitutes. After speaking, Delmar and Layla went to find coca bean powder, while Sarah and Kappa took the nymphs to search for nectar and honey. After a while, they brought all the gathered materials to Thalassa. She mixed the coca bean powder, nectar, and bird eggs together, stirring evenly. Then, she added milk and more nectar, continuing to stir until the batter became smooth and delicate. She poured the batter into a mold and gently tapped it to remove any air bubbles. She placed the mold into a preheated oven and waited for the cake to bake. During the wait, her heart was full of anticipation. She knew this cake would be her first attempt in this world and a connection to the memories of her past life. Finally, the oven made a ding sound. The cake was done. She opened the oven, and a rich aroma wafted toward her. She removed the cake from the mold and placed it on a plate. Looking at the golden brown cake, she felt a profound sense of accomplishment. She gently sliced a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. The texture was soft and delicate, sweet and delicious. It was as if she had returned to the 21st century of her past life, tasting a gourmet cake. She knew this was just the beginning. She would use the recipes from her past life to create even more delicious food. Thus, she began to study the ingredients and cooking methods of this world, trying to combine different ingredients to create novel and delicious dishes. She busied herself in the kitchen, the flames dancing on the stove, her gaze focused and determined. She constantly experimented with new recipes and cooking techniques, seasoning with care so that every dish exuded a unique fragrance. As time passed, Thalassa's culinary skills continued to improve. Her dishes were not only delicious but also beautifully presented, greatly stimulating the appetite. She began to hold food festivals in various cities, allowing more people to taste her cuisine. People were full of praise for Thalassa's food, and her fame grew louder and louder. Her cultural divinity also continued to rise, and she became the goddess of cuisine in people's hearts. Thalassa felt incredibly satisfied, knowing her efforts had not been in vain. Following the success of the cake, she once again improved the roasted meat Thalassa. She spread honey on the roasted meat and added some plant powders for seasoning. Although she had failed the first 2 times, she did not give up, instead working even harder to research and experiment. She carefully selected various plant powders and tried different ratios and combinations, finally finding the most suitable seasoning method. This version of roasted meat Thalassa was not only tender and juicy but also rich in flavor, with a faint sweetness of honey and the fragrance of plants. She served the roasted meat Thalassa to her subordinate gods and the nymphs to taste, and everyone was full of praise for her culinary skills. She felt very proud and satisfied, while also becoming more firm in her belief. As long as one works hard and perseveres, success is certain. In her past life in the 21st century, Thalassa was a foodie and a gourmet. Having come to this world, she did not want to mistreat herself, so she had always been dedicated to improving the food of the chaos world to make it more palatable and delicious. She spent a great deal of time and energy researching various ingredients and cooking methods, constantly trying new combinations and ideas. Under her efforts, many foods that were originally unpopular became delicious. She also made use of the muji fruit, a magical fruit, to make tofu. This tofu had a delicate texture and was rich in nutrients, becoming a favorite among the subordinate gods and the nymphs. Using unique plant seasonings found by the nymphs, Thalassa cooked Chaos World versions of mouth-watering mapo tofu, stuffed tofu, tofu skin, and dried tofu. These delicacies exuded a rich aroma, as if telling the story of their unique charm. The spicy flavor of the mapo tofu stimulated the taste buds, making every bite intoxicating. The freshness of the tofu and the perfect fusion of seasonings were irresistible. The stuffed tofu showcased a different flavor, with delicious fillings embedded within the tender tofu, offering a rich texture and distinct layers. Tofu skin and dried tofu were classic soy products, their textures were firm and chewy. Whether served cold or cooked, they provided a delicious enjoyment. These Chaos World versions of soy products not only satisfied people's taste buds but also showcased Thalassa's masterly culinary skills and creativity. They became beloved delicacies in this world, bringing endless joy and satisfaction. Thalassa stood in the kitchen and looked around, feeling as though something was still missing. She furrowed her brows in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She decided to have the god of sleep, Hypnos, help her hunt some magical beasts while he was weaving dreams at night, to add some special ingredients to her kitchen. At night, Hypnos entered the dreams of magical beasts. Following Thalassa's request, he found some powerful magical beasts and engaged them in fierce battle within the dreams. Hypnos used his divine power to easily defeat these beasts and brought their carcasses back to Thalassa's kitchen. Expecting the next morning, Thalassa woke up and found several magical beast carcasses in the kitchen. She laughed happily and began preparing to cook these special ingredients. Using her culinary skills, she turned these magical beasts into one delicious dish after another. At dawn, when Thalassa saw the magical beasts, she knew they had been sent by the god of sleep, Hypnos. She skillfully began processing the beasts, first stripping the hides to dry for making various items, then removing the internal organs and separating the meat from the bones. Thalassa skillfully sliced the magical beef into pieces as thin as a cicada's wing, each piece almost transparent. Her knife skills were exquisite, and her movements were as fluid as a mountain stream, as if she were performing a piece of art. She carefully marinated the magical beef with various spices, letting every fiber of the meat fully absorb the rich fragrance. Next, she skillfully preheated the oven, as if this series of actions had been repeated countless times. Once the oven reached the ideal temperature, she gently arranged the marinated magical beef on the baking tray, her movements practiced and elegant. As the oven door closed, she waited quietly, her expectant gaze as if watching over a precious treasure. As the minutes passed, the aroma gradually spread, filling the entire room. It was a mouth-watering scent that made one want to take a bite immediately. Finally, the magical beef was done. She couldn't wait to open the oven door, and a wave of heat rushed out, accompanied by an even richer aroma. Using her divine power, she carefully removed the roasted magical beef and jerky, placing them on a nearby rack to cool slightly. The surface of the magical beef presented an enticing golden yellow color, and the slight charred aroma was mouth-watering. She gently cut a piece with a knife, revealing the tender and juicy meat inside. The pink juices flowed slowly, making one's appetite soar. Next, she began processing various plant-like vegetables. She carefully washed each leaf and cut them into uniform small pieces. These vegetables were vibrantly colored, emerald green, bright red, golden yellow, looking like a beautiful painting. Then, Thalassa took out a small bowl and began preparing a sauce. She mixed various spices and plant juices together, stirring evenly with a spoon. The aroma of the sauce was pungent and mouth-watering. Finally, she placed the sliced magical beef and vegetables into a large plate, poured in the prepared sauce, and stirred evenly with chopsticks. The vegetables were all coated in the sauce, exuding an enticing aroma. Thus, the salad was complete. Thalassa looked at her creation with satisfaction, knowing that these two dishes would surely earn everyone's praise. However, Thalassa was not satisfied with her current achievements. She knew the world of cuisine was infinitely vast, with many unknown realms waiting for her to explore. Thus, she continued to work hard, constantly pursuing a higher realm of cooking. From then on, she continued to experiment and innovate, creating even more delicious dishes and becoming a highly respected gourmet. Thalassa, the goddess in charge of the ocean, quietly gazed at the dishes before her. Her eyes revealed a hint of contemplation and anticipation, as if she were imagining how to make these dishes even more diverse and vibrant to impress everyone at her next banquet. The idea of braised meat flashed through her mind, but unfortunately, there were no suitable braising spices available yet. However, adding some soups would also be a good idea. Thalassa sat at the table, carefully recalling her past dining experiences. She remembered the numbing spiciness of Sichuan cuisine, the freshness of Cantonese cuisine, the rich flavors of Shandong cuisine, and the refined delicacy of Huaiyang cuisine. The unique flavors of various cuisines intertwined in her mind, giving her a sudden inspiration. Could she create seasonings that matched the characteristics of these cuisines? With this idea, Thalassa immediately took action. She began to recall various recipes and information from reality, learning about the spices and seasonings commonly used in different cuisines. She discovered that Sichuan cuisine often uses chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, and garlic to highlight its numbing and spicy taste. Cantonese cuisine emphasizes original flavors, with common seasonings being light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Shandong cuisine uses green onions, ginger, garlic, and star anise as primary seasonings, favoring heavy flavors, and Huaiyang cuisine focuses on light and fresh flavors, with common seasonings being salt, sugar, and chicken bouillon. After understanding the characteristics of the different cuisines, Thalassa began to experiment with making various seasonings. She mixed different spices and seasonings in specific proportions, then repeatedly tested and adjusted them until she achieved a satisfactory taste. After a period of effort, Thalassa finally produced a series of seasonings suitable for different cuisines. With these seasonings, Thalassa began to think about how to make some delicious soups. She designed a series of soup recipes based on the characteristics of the different cuisines. For example, she used Sichuan seasonings to make beef soup, Cantonese seasonings for seafood soup, Shandong seasonings for mutton soup, and Huaiyang seasonings for pork rib soup. These soups were not only delicious but also distinct in character, earning everyone's love. However, it seemed that the current ingredients were still not quite enough. Thalassa sighed softly and decided to have the subordinate gods search for them. Her voice echoed through the ocean, conveying her command. The subordinate gods immediately sprang into action, scattering to every corner of the sea to look for potential braising spices. Just then, Hemera, the goddess of day, arrived. The white dress sent last time had won Hemera's friendship. What are you all doing? Oh, it's Hemera. You've come at a perfect time. I'm researching gourmet food. Oh, may I have the honor of tasting it? Of course, Hemera, but you'll have to wait. I'm currently gathering ingredients. After saying this, she ordered some subordinate gods to dive into the deep sea to explore mysterious underwater caves, hoping to find precious spices and seasonings. Other subordinate gods flew along the coastline, searching for traces of land plants. Their efforts and exploration brought new hope to Thalassa's dishes. Thalassa, look at this. Hemera, did you find something good? Hemera excitedly brought out the plants she had just found and examined them closely. These plants were indeed somewhat similar to star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and grass fruit. They emitted a rich aroma that made one's mouth water. Thalassa was secretly delighted. These wonderful things could be used to make the braising liquid for the meat. She couldn't wait to return to the kitchen and begin preparing the braising liquid. She washed the plants, cut them into small pieces, and placed them in a pot. Adding the right amount of water and seasonings, she let them simmer slowly. As time passed, the aroma in the pot grew richer and richer, greatly increasing one's appetite just by smelling it. Thalassa waited patiently for the braising liquid to finish simmering, stirring it occasionally to ensure the flavor was even. Finally, the liquid was ready. Thalassa filtered it and poured it into a bowl. Looking at the bowl of rich braising liquid, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. Next, Thalassa sliced some magical beef and placed the prepared slices into the braising liquid, letting them soak for a while before using her divine power to heat them thoroughly, allowing the meat to fully absorb the flavors. After a while, she took out the braised meat, cut it into small pieces, and plated it. Thalassa took a bite of the braised meat. The texture was tender and juicy, and the flavor of the braising liquid was rich and mellow, leaving a lasting impression. She smiled happily, thinking that these plants were truly wonderful. Not only could they make delicious braising liquid, but they also added a unique flavor to the food. However, the layers of flavor didn't seem rich enough, as if something was missing. The braised meat she had eaten in her past life had a numbing and spicy taste, and that seemed to be what was lacking. Hemera, do you know where I can find something to add a numbing and spicy flavor? Oh, let me think. I believe there actually is something. On course, there are red orchid fruits and moke leaves that match that flavor. Thalassa, do you want to try them? Sure, bring me some. After all, it's to create even more delicious food. If you want to eat, you have to put in some effort too. After saying this, Hemera ordered her nymphs to go to Kor's island to collect these two types of fruit. Thalassa began preparing the braising liquid again for the next round of experiments. Thalassa once again brewed a thick braising liquid and placed the sliced magical beef into it. She added the red orchid fruits and moke leaves into the liquid. These two unique spices quickly merged into the broth, adding a different kind of flair to it. As time passed, the flavor of the broth gradually deepened, reaching the level Thalassa desired. She smiled with satisfaction and once again placed the magic beast meat and plants into the pot. The tenderness of the magic beast meat and the fresh fragrance of the plants intertwined, perfectly blending with the previously added spices. Thalassa gently stirred the broth, letting the various ingredients fully absorb each other's flavors. The broth in the pot began to bubble, releasing an enticing aroma. Thalassa closed her eyes and took a deep breath, savoring the wonderful scent. She knew that this braising liquid would become an unforgettable delicacy. Before long, Thalassa served the prepared braised dish, ready to share it with her friends. She looked forward to seeing their satisfied expressions after tasting it. That would be her greatest sense of achievement. Thalassa stood by the dining table, looking at the increasingly abundant dishes, a heartfelt joy welling up within her. The dishes she had meticulously researched were finally presented before everyone, and she hoped the goddess of day and the subordinate gods could taste her dedication and passion. The aroma of the food filled the air, making one's mouth water. Thalassa's gaze swept over every dish, her heart full of accomplishment. These dishes were not only excellent in color, aroma, and taste, but they also incorporated her unique understanding and creativity regarding gourmet food. Thalassa made a snap decision to hold a small tasting session to see if any further improvements were needed. She stood in the kitchen, methodically preparing various delicacies. Her gaze was focused and full of passion, and the knife in her hand moved skillfully across the cutting board. The aroma of braised meat filled the air, making one's mouth water. Meat sizzled on the grill, emitting an enticing scent. The vegetable-like plants in the salad were brightly colored, instantly increasing one's appetite. The soup bubbled in the pot, releasing a rich fragrance. The surface of the cake was golden and crispy, while the inside was soft and delicate, making one unable to resist taking a bite. When all the food was ready, Thalassa arranged them on the dining table. The goddess of day and the subordinate gods took their seats, their faces brimming with expectant smiles. Thalassa waited nervously for their evaluation, praying silently in her heart. As the first bite entered her mouth, a flash of surprise crossed the goddess of day's eyes. She savored it carefully, then smiled and nodded at Thalassa in approval. The subordinate gods also broke out in praise, speaking incessantly of the food's deliciousness. Thalassa's heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. She knew that her efforts had been recognized and that her dishes could bring happiness and fulfillment to everyone. At that moment, she felt incredibly happy. Amidst laughter and conversation, everyone enjoyed the gourmet food and had a pleasant time. Thalassa also decided that she would continue to work hard on researching dishes to bring more deliciousness and surprises to everyone. She believed that before long, more and more dishes would appear on her menu. The dishes on the table emitted enticing aromas, attracting the creatures in the ocean, all of whom were eager to try. However, as Thalassa looked at these marine creatures, she didn't see them as guests. These were various seafood dishes. They would make Thalassa's ocean of cuisine even more colorful, full of life and vitality. From then on, she continued to experiment and innovate, creating even more delicious dishes and becoming a highly respected gourmet. Thalassa was a person who loved gourmet food. She believed that as a foodie, having survival experience was essential. In her world, the laws had bestowed upon her the godheads of creation and gourmet food, making her pursuit of fine food even more persistent. The gourmet godhood merged into the humanities craftsmanship godhead, allowing the godhead to further advance to the middle high rank. The creation godhead, however, remained separate on its own. Looking at the meat and vegetables on the dining table, Thalassa couldn't help but recall the traditions of Washa. Wine and meat always seemed inseparable. In the chaos world, wine was always made using divine power, unlike here, where in her previous life in Washa society, people brewed it themselves. Thalassa picked up her wine glass and took a gentle sip, feeling the flavor of the wine made with divine power spread in her mouth. This wine, crafted by her own divine power, was a bit bland and seemed to lack the rich, mellow aroma of brewed wine. She picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth, chewing slowly. The meat was tender and juicy, but the taste of the wine was lacking. She couldn't help but think of the days in the chaos world. Although the food here was also delicious, it always seemed to be missing something. While Thalassa was deep in thought, Hemera, the goddess of day, seemed to have some matters to attend to. She hurriedly said goodbye to Thalassa, taking some roasted and braised meat with her when she left, bringing the pleasant tasting session to an end. After Hemera left, Thalassa once again thought about how to brew some wine. Should she start with fruit wine, various flour wines, or perhaps grain wine? However, brewing wine required fruits, flowers, or grains, none of which she had. Therefore, Thalassa decided to prepare some delicacies to trade with Gaia, goddess of the earth, for some roots of all souls. She summoned her subordinate gods and had them take the food to the surface to find Gaia, goddess of the earth. The root of all souls was a mysterious plant root in the chaos world, said to possess powerful magic and vitality. Thalassa knew well how precious these roots were. She hoped that through the efforts of her subordinate gods, she could obtain some roots of all souls to add a touch of mystery to her palace. Thus, Thalassa began to carefully prepare the delicacies. Using various precious ingredients from the ocean, such as pearls, coral, and seaweed, she crafted dish after dish of delicious food. These delicacies were not only excellent in color, aroma, and taste, but also contained Thalassa's magic and blessings. After receiving Thalassa's command, the subordinate gods set off for the residence of Gaia, goddess of the earth. They brought the food Thalassa had prepared, carefully presented the gifts to Gaia, and requested that she bestow some roots of all souls upon them. Gaia was very satisfied to see Thalassa's sincerity. She readily agreed to the request of the subordinate gods and bestowed some roots of all souls upon them. The subordinate gods returned to Thalassa's palace with the roots of all souls and presented them to Thalassa. Thalassa was very happy and planted the roots of all souls in her palace. Before long, under the impetus of her divine power, these roots sprouted, grew, and bloomed into beautiful flowers. These flowers emitted a charming fragrance, attracting many marine creatures to come and admire them. Thalassa's palace became even more mysterious and beautiful due to the presence of the roots of all souls. Under the impetus of her divine power, some flowers turned into fruits, while others blossomed ever more brightly. Looking at these fruits, Thalassa decided to brew some wine herself. After saying this, Thalassa took out some berry vines similar to prickly pear, sea buckthorn, and grape, as well as fruit tree plants similar to oranges, green plums, peaches, and lemons, along with various flowers, and gave them to Delhi, instructing her to plant them on Kalval Island. Very well, main goddess, I shall attend to it immediately. After Delhi left, Thalassa began to stimulate her divine power to make the plants and flowers grow lushly, causing some of the fruit trees to bear fruit, filling the ocean temple with various floral and fruity scents, and making it lush and green. Thalassa tried using her divine power to accelerate growth, ensuring the divine power was evenly distributed to allow the plants to grow, bloom, and bear fruit wildly. However, this time, she encountered a problem. These plants withered directly after being harvested because they had no seeds. Therefore, all the plants simply died off after withering, losing all vitality. There would be none left for the next time she needed to brew wine. Thalassa decided to cultivate some high-quality seeds herself, but she had no idea how to proceed. Thalassa gazed at the surging sea, her heart filled with anxiety and confusion. She held some roots of all souls in her hand. These roots were ones she had carefully cultivated, but after many experiments, she still had no clue. Thalassa decided to try again. She planted the roots in the soil of the ocean temple's garden and then cast magic, hoping to make these roots grow vigorously. She softly chanted an ancient incantation, and the magic wand in her hand shimmered with a mysterious light. However, the result was still unsatisfactory. Although the roots sprouted, they grew slowly, the flowers were not vibrant enough, and the fruits were not sweet enough. Thalassa felt very disappointed. She did not know what to do to make these roots better. Just as she was deep in thought, a dolphin leapt out of the sea and landed beside her. The dolphin looked at Thalassa, its eyes flashing with the light of wisdom. Thalassa's heart stirred. She knew that dolphins were the wise ones of the ocean, and perhaps it could give her some inspiration. Thalassa poured out her troubles to the dolphin. After listening, the dolphin smiled and said, "Goddess, what you need is not just magic, but also patience and love. These roots need time to grow, and you need to nurture them with your heart." After hearing the dolphin's words, Thalassa's mind suddenly cleared. She understood that cultivating seeds required patience and love. One could not rush for success. She decided to start over, to nurture these roots with her heart, and to wait for them to grow into beautiful flowers and sweet fruits. After a period of effort, these roots grew better and better, and the even stimulation of divine power allowed these flowers to produce some seeds. Thalassa was very happy. She carefully selected some plump seeds, preparing to proceed to the next step of breeding. She placed these seeds in a small plate and covered them with a piece of damp silk to maintain their humidity. Next, Thalassa began to prepare the soil for breeding. She mixed some leaf mold, perlite, and vermiculite together to create a soft, breathable soil. Then, she put the soil into some small flower pots, placing one seed in each pot. Thalassa placed these flower pots in a sunny, well-ventilated place, and then watered and fertilized them every day. She took very careful care of these seeds, hoping they would sprout and grow as soon as possible. After a few days of waiting, Thalassa finally saw some green sprouts emerging from the soil. She was very happy, knowing her efforts were not in vain. She continued to carefully look after these seedlings, hoping they would grow vigorously and bloom into beautiful flowers. This breeding attempt was very successful. Thalassa was overjoyed. After experimenting a few more times, she quickly mastered breeding. Now, all kinds of plants could have their own seeds, which could accelerate the propagation of all plants. Thalassa meticulously selected some ripe fruits, washed them, and crushed them. She placed the crushed fruit into a giant wooden barrel and sealed the opening with a clean cloth to prevent air from entering. Next, she placed the barrel in a warm spot to let it ferment naturally. Over the next few days, Thalassa checked the fermentation progress in the barrel every day. She would gently stir the mixture inside to ensure the fruit fermented evenly. As time passed, the mixture in the barrel began to emit a rich aroma of wine, which made Thalassa feel very excited. Finally, after several days of fermentation, Thalassa decided the wine was ready. She opened the barrel, filtered the wine using a sieve, and poured it into some clean bottles. She took a sip of the wine she had brewed herself and found the taste wonderful, filling her with pride. However, it didn't seem mellow enough, and the mouthfeel wasn't quite right yet. Unfortunately, her first experimental batch only produced 2 bottles, so Thalassa decided to brew much more. Thus, Thalassa and her subordinate gods bustled through the temple's cellar, carefully washing and pressing various gathered fruits before placing them into giant barrels for fermentation. The air was filled with a thick fragrance of fruit and wine, making one feel intoxicated. Thalassa personally guided the work of the subordinate gods. She checked the fermentation of the fruit wine from time to time, adjusting the temperature and humidity to ensure each batch reached optimal quality. Her eyes were full of focus and passion, as if these wines were her most precious treasures. After a long wait, the first batch of fruit wine was finally finished. Thalassa and the subordinate gods carefully drew the liquid from the barrels and filled exquisite bottles. These fruit wines had a vibrant color and a mellow taste, but they lacked a certain aromatic depth. It seemed they still needed the passage of time to settle. Thalassa looked at the fruits of her labor, her heart filled with joy and satisfaction. She knew these wines would bring people happiness and enjoyment, and they would become the pride of herself and her subordinate gods. From then on, Thalassa became passionate about brewing, constantly trying new recipes and methods to create even more delicious wine. Standing before the wine cellar and looking at the rows of neatly arranged fruit wine, she felt a great sense of achievement. She gently stroked a barrel, feeling the slight coolness and the pervasive fruity scent. The busy work of these last 2 days and nights had finally paid off. She had used different fruits to brew various flavors of fruit wine, each with its own unique character and aroma. Although it was only 50 bottles of fruit brew, it was already a significant achievement. Thalassa decided to taste the fruits of her labor first. She opened a barrel of cider and poured it into a glass. The wine showed an amber luster and emitted a rich grape-like aroma. She took a small sip. The taste was mellow, but there was still a hint of tartness. Next, she tasted several other types of fruit wine, and as expected, they all had a tart flavor. Although the fruity aroma was rich and dense, they weren't sweet enough. It was indeed a lack of sugar. However, these brews were only the first batch and had room for improvement. Since she didn't want to waste them despite the lack of sweetness, Thalassa used her divine power to transform these fruit brews into fruit vinegar. This created a delicious seasoning as well as a wonderful beauty-enhancing drink. However, she thought that when fruit was more abundant next time, adding nectar would probably improve the taste. Looking at the flowers nearby, Thalassa remembered that flowers could also be used to brew wine. She instructed the subordinate gods to gather many flowers, washed them carefully, and then added them to a grain called millet for fermentation. However, the first attempt at fermentation ended in failure. The fragrance of the flowers and the aroma of the millet should have blended to produce a wonderful transformation, but the result was unsatisfactory. Thalassa was not discouraged by this. She decided to carefully study the reasons for the failure and look for a solution. She discussed it with the subordinate gods, analyzing every step and thinking about potential problems. After some effort, they discovered that errors might have been made in controlling the temperature and timing during the fermentation process. Thus, Thalassa decided to start over. This time, they controlled the temperature and time more carefully, observing the fermentation process closely. Finally, after a period of waiting, they reached the moment of success. The fermented liquid emitted a rich fragrance, full of life and vitality. Thalassa and the subordinate gods were incredibly excited and satisfied. Their hard work had paid off, and this new fermentation product would bring them more surprises and possibilities. Thalassa ordered her subordinate gods to gather some flowers and wash them. She then mixed the clean flowers with millet, preparing to brew a fine liquor. She first tried using raw millet, but the results were not ideal. So, she decided to try using steamed millet and found that the effect was surprisingly good. Unfortunately, she was by the seaside, surrounded only by seawater and lacking pure water. Thalassa looked out at the boundless sea, her heart filled with helplessness. She knew that seawater could not be used to brew fine liquor, as it would affect the taste and quality. She began to search everywhere for a source of pure water, but finding pure water on this deserted island was easier said than done. Just as Thalassa was feeling desperate, a solution suddenly occurred to her. She decided to use the evaporation of seawater to obtain pure water. She found a large container, poured seawater into it, and placed it under the scorching sun. After waiting for a while, the seawater gradually evaporated, leaving behind a layer of white salt crystals. Thalassa removed the salt crystals and obtained some pure water. Although the amount of pure water was small, it was enough for Thalassa. She carefully placed the millet into a stone pot and poured in the pure water. She stirred gently to ensure the millet was evenly soaked. Then, she placed the stone pot over a fire and let it simmer slowly. While waiting for the millet to steam, Thalassa went to the garden and gathered some fresh flower petals. She selected brightly colored, fragrant petals to decorate the steamed millet. Once the millet was steamed, Thalassa spread it out on a large plate and garnished it with the petals. The color and fragrance of the petals added a romantic and enticing aura to the millet. Next, Thalassa added a type of liao grass to act as a starter culture. Liao grass is a special plant with fermenting properties that can turn millet into delicious wine. Thalassa sprinkled the liao grass evenly over the millet and then stirred it gently. Finally, Thalassa placed the plate in a warm spot, letting time bear witness to the millet's transformation. She knew that under the influence of time, the millet would gradually ferment and turn into sweet, delicious wine. Thalassa waited patiently, looking forward to tasting the fine liquor she had made with her own hands. She believed that after settling over time, this would be an intoxicatingly delicious vintage. She brewed the fine liquor using the pure water, and this time the result was excellent. She took a sip of her own brew, her heart filled with joy and satisfaction. When the next batch of fruit ripened, Thalassa added nectar to the fruit wine she brewed. This gave the wine a mellow, sweet and sour taste that was exceptionally delicious, and it would only taste better as it aged over time. There was no tea. This world was full of mysteries and unknowns, and she did not know where to go to find such a magical beverage. She felt a little disappointed, but she did not give up. Thalassa decided to explore the chaos world to find a plant that could replace tea leaves to make tea. She began to ask around, inquiring if other creatures knew of tea leaves or plants similar to tea leaves, and through her efforts, she finally obtained some clues. Kappa, as a wise one, do you know of any leaves with a special flavor that are bitter and astringent at first, but then leave a sweet aftertaste? Yes, main god, in your storehouse, there is some mountain tea leaf that a nymph came to exchange last time, which fits your requirements very well. After hearing Kappa's reply, a surge of curiosity and anticipation welled up in Thalassa's heart. She immediately headed to the storehouse to search for those special leaves called mountain tea leaves. In the corner of the storehouse, Thalassa finally found the package of mountain tea leaves. She carefully opened the package, and a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted out. She took out a mountain tea leaf and gently chewed it in her mouth. At first, she felt a trace of bitterness, but as time passed, that bitterness gradually transformed into a sweet taste that lingered in her mouth. Thalassa was attracted by this unique flavor, and she could not help but be intoxicated by it. The unique flavor of the mountain tea leaves made Thalassa feel happy and satisfied. She decided to share these leaves with others so that they could also experience this unique taste. Thalassa returned to everyone with the mountain tea leaves, handed the leaves to them, and shared her feelings. People tasted them one after another, and expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. From then on, mountain tea leaves became a favorite beverage for Thalassa and her friends, and they often tasted these special leaves together, enjoying their sweetness and goodness. However, mountain tea leaves needed to be stir-fried to better bring out their effects, so Thalassa skillfully stir-fried them in a stone pot to kill the green, moving her hands continuously to stir the leaves so that each leaf could be heated evenly. As the temperature rose, the mountain tea leaves emitted bursts of fragrance. After the killing of the green was finished, she began to knead the mountain tea leaves, rubbing them vigorously with her hands to break the cells of the leaves and release more juice. When the leaves lost moisture and began to darken in color, the production of the mountain tea leaves was complete. Thalassa set the prepared mountain tea leaves aside to let them air dry naturally. She knew that these mountain tea leaves could not only relieve greasiness but also help with alcohol, making them a very healthy beverage. Taking advantage of this time, Thalassa used sand, charcoal, purified soil, and a silk filter to filter seawater, and after some effort, she finally obtained pure water. This time, she was truly exhausted, and a large amount of pure water flowed continuously from the device in her hands. She sat wearily to the side, looking at the fruits of her labor, her heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. These pure water supplies were crucial for her and her companions, as they would provide the basic conditions necessary for everyone's survival. After resting for a while, Thalassa began to collect the pure water. She carefully poured the water into containers, ensuring that not a single drop was wasted. During this process, a satisfied smile remained on her face. When all the pure water had been collected, Thalassa stood up and stretched her body. She felt that her efforts had not been in vain. Thalassa took the tea canister from the cupboard and gently opened the lid, and a fresh tea fragrance wafted out. She carefully used a teaspoon to take out an appropriate amount of tea leaves and put them into the teapot. Then, she picked up the kettle and boiled the pure water. After the water boiled, Thalassa lifted the kettle and slowly poured the hot water into the teapot. The tea leaves tumbled in the hot water, releasing a faint tea fragrance. She watched the teapot, waiting for the tea leaves to steep fully. A moment later, Thalassa picked up the teapot and poured the brewed tea into a teacup. The tea soup was amber in color, clear and transparent. She gently picked up the teacup, brought it to her lips, and felt the tea fragrance permeate the air. Thalassa took a small sip of the brewed tea, and the taste of the tea spread in her mouth, bringing a hint of freshness and sweetness. She closed her eyes, enjoying this moment of tranquility and relaxation. After finishing a cup of tea, Thalassa felt immensely satisfied in both body and mind. She decided to brew another cup and continue enjoying this wonderful time. Thalassa skillfully put the tea leaves into the pot and slowly stir-fried them over low heat. The tea leaves tumbled in the pot, gradually turning golden brown and emitting a rich aroma. She carefully controlled the heat, ensuring the tea leaves were stir-fried just right. Next, she poured nectar into the pot and mixed it with the tea leaves. The sweetness of the nectar and the bitterness of the tea leaves blended together, forming a unique flavor. Thalassa stirred gently, allowing the nectar and tea leaves to fully integrate. Then, she poured magic milk into the pot and heated it to a boil. The rich aroma of the magic milk permeated the air, complementing the taste of the tea leaves and nectar. Thalassa continued to stir, making the milk tea more uniform. Then, she used a silk cloth to filter out the golden brown stir-fried tea leaves. Then she added various fruit juices, as well as ice cubes she had made using cold temperatures. What a wonderful cup of milk tea it was. It seemed that pearls could also be added to the milk tea, but she didn't know if the materials for making pearls were available here. She asked the subordinate gods to search for plants similar to cassava. The subordinate gods searched for a while and found a ling potato root, which seemed to be the plant Thalassa mentioned. She ground the ling potato root into powder, added water to form it into pearl-like shapes, added them to hot water, and boiled them until cooked. These pearls were then ready. She made a cup of milk tea and added the pearls made from the ling potato root, and it was exactly the same as the pearl milk tea she drank in modern society. Finally, she poured all the brewed milk tea into cups, and cup after cup of fragrant milk tea was finished. Thalassa picked up a cup, took a gentle sip, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She knew that this cup of milk tea would surely be loved by everyone. She invited all the subordinate gods to taste the delicious milk tea together and asked them to provide some suggestions to improve the flavor of the milk tea. The subordinate gods sat around her, holding warm cups of milk tea in their hands, gently sipping the sweet liquid. Their faces were filled with satisfaction, but they also frowned from time to time, as if they were thinking about how to offer better suggestions. One of the subordinate gods put down the cup, cleared their throat, and said, "The taste of this milk tea is already very wonderful, but I think it could be a bit sweeter to make it richer." Another subordinate god suggested, "Perhaps we could try adding some spices or other ingredients to add some unique flavor." There were also subordinate gods who suggested adjusting the temperature of the milk tea to make it more suitable for people's palates. She listened carefully to the opinions of the subordinate gods, nodding from time to time. She knew that these suggestions were all intended to make the milk tea more perfect and more in line with people's tastes. She decided to adopt the suggestions of the subordinate gods and improve the milk tea. In the following days, she continuously experimented with different recipes and production methods, and finally developed an even more delicious milk tea. This milk tea not only had a rich taste and moderate sweetness but also carried some unique fruit and spice flavors. After tasting it, the subordinate gods all praised it endlessly. Her milk tea soon spread throughout the world, and people could not put it down. After tasting milk tea, Thalassa developed a keen interest in tea leaves. She realized that the tea currently available seemed to be green tea, so she decided to try making black tea. She began researching methods for making black tea and collected the necessary materials and tools. After many attempts and adjustments, she finally succeeded in brewing a cup of mellow, fragrant black tea. Thalassa sipped the black tea she had made, savoring its distinct flavor profile compared to milk tea. The rich aroma and mellow texture of the black tea enchanted her, and she realized she had found yet another new joy. From then on, Thalassa frequently made black tea to share with her family and friends. She also experimented with pairing black tea with other ingredients to create even more delicious beverages and snacks. The appearance of tea leaves not only brought new joy to Thalassa's life but also taught her a new skill. Her love for tea grew deeper, and she continued to explore its mysteries and possibilities. Thalassa focused on processing the white tea. She carefully selected fresh tea leaves, and after meticulous handling and roasting, the white tea gradually revealed its unique, delicate fragrance and subtle flavor. Next, she devoted herself to making dark tea. Dark tea requires a long period of fermentation and aging, so Thalassa waited patiently, periodically checking and adjusting the process to ensure the dark tea reached its optimal quality. The production of yellow tea required even more refined craftsmanship. Thalassa carefully controlled the temperature and humidity, allowing the tea leaves to gradually turn yellow under specific conditions and release their unique aroma. Finally, Thalassa began making oolong tea. The production process for oolong tea was relatively complex, requiring multiple stages such as shaking, kilgreen, and rolling. She operated with full concentration, striving to make every step perfect. After some time, Thalassa finally succeeded in producing white tea, dark tea, yellow tea, and oolong tea. She tasted the tea she had made with her own hands, her heart filled with a sense of achievement and joy. Each of these teas had its own distinct characteristics, mellow flavors, and intoxicating aromas, filling her with confidence for her future tea-making endeavors. Thalassa carefully sliced various fruits into uniform pieces and placed them one by one into a transparent container. The vibrant colors of the fruit, red strawberries, yellow lemons, green melons, intertwined, resembling a beautiful painting. Next, she gently picked up the tea leaves nearby and sprinkled them evenly over the fruit. The fragrance of the tea wafted up, blending with the fresh scent of the fruit, creating a refreshing aroma that delighted the senses. Thalassa slowly poured in boiling water. The moment the hot water met the fruit and tea, a faint mist rose, seemingly adding a mysterious atmosphere to the scene. She waited quietly, allowing the tea and fruit to steep fully and release their essence. After it cooled, Thalassa added some ice cubes. The ice melted rapidly in the water, making a crisp sound. The fruit tea became even more cool and refreshing. She gently stirred the fruit tea in her hand, mixing the fruit aroma, juices, and tea flavor together, releasing an enticing scent. She brought the cup to her lips, felt the coolness from the ice, and took a slow sip. In that instant, she felt as if she were in an orchard, surrounded by all kinds of ripe fruit. She experienced the crisp sweetness of apples, the tangy sweetness of oranges, the freshness of strawberries, and the richness of grapes. The sweetness of the fruit juice blended with the slight bitterness of the tea, creating a unique flavor profile that she found addictive. Thalassa closed her eyes, enjoying this wonderful moment. She recalled scenes from her childhood, picking fruit in the orchard with her family, and those beautiful memories flooded her heart. She knew that this cup of fruit tea was not just a drink, but a vessel for her emotions. Thalassa carefully placed various dried flower buds into an exquisite container and then slowly poured in boiling water. As the water was added, the buds tumbled and bloomed in the water, releasing a faint, delicate fragrance. Before long, a cup of fragrant flower tea was ready. Thalassa picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip of the refreshing mint flower tea. The coolness and aroma of the mint instantly spread through her mouth, making her feel refreshed and comfortable. She closed her eyes, enjoying this moment of peace and relaxation. Next, Thalassa tasted a sip of the calming lavender flower tea. The fragrance of the lavender made her feel peaceful, as if all her worries had left her. She imagined herself walking through a sea of lavender flowers, with a gentle breeze blowing by, bringing waves of floral scent that made her feel incredibly comfortable. Thalassa immersed herself in the world of flower tea, savoring the beauty and tranquility they brought. She knew that these flower teas were more than just drinks, they were a way of enjoying life and an attitude. She looked at the flowers blooming all over the garden, her heart filled with pride. In her garden, the delicate, vibrant roses exuded a charming fragrance, they were the beauty-enhancing treasures she had cultivated with care. Meanwhile, lotus leaves swayed gently in the pond, as if whispering the secrets of slimming. Nearby, chrysanthemums bloomed in brilliant colors, adding a touch of freshness to the entire garden. Thalassa carefully selected every seed and nurtured every seedling with care. Through her patience and love, she helped these flowers thrive. She knew that these flowers were not just beautiful decorations, but a reflection of her love for life and her pursuits. Every day, she would pick some roses to brew a cup of beauty-enhancing rose tea. While savoring the tea's aroma, she also felt the tranquility and beauty brought by the flowers. Lotus leaf tea was her favorite in the summer. It helped her maintain her figure and kept her full of vitality. Chrysanthemum tea was her essential drink during dry seasons, as it could clear heat and reduce internal fire, nourishing both her body and mind. Thalass's garden was not only her personal paradise but also a place where she shared happiness with friends. Whenever friends visited, she would warmly invite them to taste the flower tea she had brewed herself, and together they would experience the beauty and tranquility of the garden. In this small garden, Thalassa found her own happiness and fulfillment. She adorned her life with flowers and spread warmth with the fragrance of tea, filling every day with sunshine and hope. In this world, coffee had become a rare beverage due to the scarcity of coffee beans. However, Thalassa had discovered a species similar to coffee beans, Finong beans. Thalassa was someone who loved coffee, and her passion for it drove her to constantly search for alternatives. After a long exploration, she finally discovered Finong beans in a remote area. These beans were similar to coffee beans but possessed a unique flavor. Thalassa excitedly brought the Finong beans home and began trying to make coffee with them. She meticulously roasted and ground the beans, then brewed them using a special method. When the first cup of coffee made from Finong beans was presented before her, she was amazed by its rich aroma and unique taste. The coffee-like scent was not inferior to real coffee, it was rich and long-lasting. Taking a small sip, she tasted a strong coffee flavor, though it was particularly bitter, so Thalassa quickly added magic milk and nectar to make the coffee even more delicious. The power of the laws descended upon Thalassa, bringing about a divine purification. Pure water poured down from the sky, thoroughly cleansing Thalassa's body and soul. At the same time, the power within the purification and pure water merged into the ocean divinity. With the fusion of the divinity, the power of the ocean became even stronger. Waves surged, carrying new vitality and vigor. The god of wine divinity, along with the priesthoods of winemaking and tea drinking, fell under the gourmet divinity. As the integration of the divinities propelled Thalassa's saltwater ocean divinity to the level of a powerful deity, and the art divinity within the humanistic side merged with the winemaking and gourmet divinities to form a high-level divinity, Thalassa was now considering ascending to the weather divinity. However, at this moment, Thalassa had no clue how to proceed. Just then, Thalassa's subordinate god, Kappa, informed her that children of Oceanus and Tethys, as well as those of the god of light and Thea, the goddess of sight, were about to be born. Thalassa arrived at the sea god temple, and looking at the suffering Tethys, an indescribable sense of distress welled up in her heart. She wanted to help Tethys, but felt powerless to do so. Just then, Gaia, goddess of the earth, appeared. She sensed Tethys's pain and decided to channel the power of the earth to help her. Gaia extended her hands and injected a powerful force of the earth into Tethys's body. However, Thea was also about to give birth and needed Gaia's help. Gaia fell into a dilemma. She knew Thea also needed her divine power, but she could not abandon Tethys. After some thought, Gaia decided to help Tethys through the crisis first, and then go to help Thea. She concentrated her energy and channeled more of the earth's power into Tethys's body. Then she asked Thalassa to help as well. Thalassa channeled the power of the ocean, and thus the eldest daughter of Oceanus and Tethys was born. She had long indigo hair and, nourished by the ocean, grew into a maiden of 17 or 18 years. She was Styx, the controller of oaths who encircles the underworld river. With Gaia's help, Tethys's pain gradually subsided, and she looked at Gaia with gratitude. Gaia smiled and told her to get some rest. Then, Gaia turned and left, heading towards the Temple of Radiance to be by Thea's side. She knew that Thea was also waiting for her help. After Tethys gave birth to her daughter, Thalassa said to Tethys and Oceanus, "You must plan a path for your children." After speaking, she turned and left for the Temple of Radiance. Tethys and Oceanus watched Thalassa's departing figure, their hearts filled with worry. They knew deeply that as parents, they had a responsibility to plan for their children's future. Oceanus pondered for a moment and said, Our children each have their own characteristics and talents. We should find suitable paths of development for them according to their situations. Tethys nodded in agreement. They began to carefully consider the future of each child. For those children who were brave and adventurous, they decided to encourage them to explore unknown realms. For those who were clever and wise, they hoped they would pursue knowledge and wisdom. In the process of planning for their children, Tethys and Oceanus also constantly reflected on their own parenting methods and responsibilities. They realized that as parents, they must not only provide love and support to their children but also guide them onto the right path. When Thalassa arrived at the Temple of Radiance, she saw Thea lying on the ground in pain, her face covered in sweat, and her body trembling incessantly. Thalassa was startled. She immediately realized that Thea might be experiencing the pain of childbirth. Thea, what is wrong? Thalassa asked anxiously. Thea lifted her head with difficulty, looking at Thalassa, her eyes filled with pain and helplessness. My children, their priesthoods seem to be related to you. Thea said intermittently. Thalassa was shocked. She immediately understood what Thea meant. Her children, the new gods about to be born, the sun god Helios and the moon goddess Selene, had priesthoods closely related to the heat, cold, high temperatures, and frigidity that Thalassa represented. Without Thalassa's consent, these powers could not be integrated into the new gods about to be born, and they would not be able to be born smoothly. Thalassa hesitated. After all, no one could accept others sharing their priesthood. Less than in the Greek mythology chaos world, whoever obtains the recognition of the laws first and receives the divinity, the priesthood power belongs to them. Greater than. Hyperion, the god of light, was also pleading with Thalassa. Thalassa, goddess of the saltwater ocean, if you are willing to share your power and priesthood with my children, I am willing to have them give a portion of their priesthood power, and both Thea and I will be grateful for your grace. At the same time, we will also share some light divine power with you. Thalassa, if you are willing to share your power and priesthood with my children, I will teach them how to use these powers correctly. Very well, I agree. Thea, relax, I will do my best to help you, Thalassa said. She extended her hand and gently stroked Thea's forehead, attempting to alleviate her pain, and injected her own power. With Thalassa's help, Thea's pain gradually subsided, and her breathing became steady. Finally, after a series of intense contractions, Thea gave birth to 3 healthy children, the sun god Helios, the moon goddess Selene, and the goddess of dawn, Eos. Thalassa, the sea goddess, used her mysterious power to bestow upon Helios a portion of the divinity of high temperature and heat, making him the master of the sun, radiating endless light and heat. At the same time, she also bestowed a portion of the divinity of cold and frigidity upon Selene, making her the moon goddess, casting a cool, clear radiance at night. As for Eos, the goddess of dawn, she was bestowed with the divinity of cold and dew. She brought the first rays of dawn, while also causing crystal clear dew to condense on the earth. Under Thalassa's grace, the high temperature and heat of Helios filled the world with vitality and vigor, and all things thrived under his radiance. Selene's cold and frigidity brought tranquility and peace to the night, allowing people to enter sweet dreams in her embrace. Eos's cold and dew nourished the earth, letting flowers and trees burst with vitality in the early morning. The sun god Helios cast his scorching sunlight upon Thalassa, giving back to Thalassa the hot scorching sun. Under the sunlight, the sea sparkled, shining with a golden glow. Thalassa's seawater was warmed to a pleasant temperature, attracting numerous marine creatures to play within it. Meanwhile, Selene also gave back a freezing chill. Her cool moonlight bathed the earth, bringing a hint of chill. The cold aura enveloped mountains and forests, causing vegetation to frost over, as if the earth were covered in a layer of silver. And Eos gave back the morning glow and the evening clouds. Every morning, she painted the horizon red with brilliant colors, bringing hope and vitality to the world for a new day. At twilight, she used gentle strokes to depict beautiful evening clouds, allowing people to appreciate the magnificent scenery of nature after a busy day. At the same time, the laws also bestowed the divinity of childbirth, divided into 2 parts, 1 part to Gaia and 1 part to Thalassa. Additionally, the divinity of dystocia was also given to Thalassa, for after all, if she had blocked Thea, the sun god, the moon goddess, and the goddess of dawn would all have suffered from dystocia. Thalassa stood on the coastline, her body radiating a scorching light, while the sword of flaming sun in her hand burned with raging flames. She took a deep breath, integrating the godheads of heat and flaming sun into her weather divinity. Instantly, a scorching sun appeared in the sky, casting its rays upon the earth and bringing endless heat. Next, Thalassa integrated the godhead of frozen clouds into her weather divinity. Suddenly, a magnificent expanse of clouds appeared in the sky, shimmering with a cold light that dispelled the heat. As the clouds drifted, snow began to fall from the sky, covering the earth in a coat of pristine silver. After completing the fusion of the weather divinity, Thalassa integrated the godheads of midwifery and difficult birth into her godhead of life. Her body emitted a soft radiance, and a golden scepter appeared in her hand. With a gentle wave of the scepter, countless streams of life force surged forth, showering the earth. Under the illumination of this life force, childbirth became smoother for the people, and cases of difficult labor were alleviated. Thalassa's divine status underwent a tremendous transformation. Her weather divinity had incorporated the domains of flaming sun, heat, freezing, and clouds, and together with the power of light, she had become a deity of great divine power. Her cultural aspect also evolved, gaining a literature and art divinity of intermediate divine power, a gastronomy divinity of intermediate divine power, and a godhead of fate of great divine power. The godhead of fate was formed through the fusion of the godheads of creation, midwifery, difficult birth, as well as plant cultivation, flowers, and seeds. Her power could not only influence the weather but also protect the lives and fertility of the people. Under her protection, the people lived happier and more peaceful lives. At this moment, Thalassa heard a wail. The abdomen of Rhea, goddess of time, was highly distended, and her face beamed with the joy of becoming a mother. Surrounded by a group of deities, they all eagerly anticipated the birth of this new life. Finally, Rhea felt a sharp pain and knew the child was about to be born. With the help of Gaia, goddess of the earth, and Thalassa, goddess of the salt sea, she successfully gave birth to a girl. This girl was Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home. As soon as Hestia was born, she displayed her special abilities. Warm flames flickered in her hands, illuminating the entire room and warming the hearts of every deity present. Looking at her daughter, Rhea was filled with pride and joy. She knew that Hestia would become a goddess of intermediate divine power, guarding the home and the hearth, bringing warmth and happiness to the people. As Hestia grew, her abilities became increasingly powerful. She became the guardian deity in the hearts of the people, who lived happy lives under her protection. Meanwhile, Rhea gave Thalassa a portion of the source of time as a reward for obtaining the divine power of the fire domain for Hestia. Cronus, the god of time and life, did not particularly like his eldest daughter, Hestia, because she had not inherited the power of him and Rhea. All the deities sent blessings to Hestia. When it was Thalassa's turn, seeing all this, she recalled that in Greek mythology, Cronus was also overthrown by his children, so she frowned. Seeing this, Cronus had a mind to consult Thalassa, but Thalassa offered her blessing and then said no more. Seeing Thalassa's expression, Cronus felt a bit uneasy. He invited Thalassa aside to ask in private if something was wrong, but Thalassa refused to speak of it. Cronus, the king of the gods, in order to learn the prophecy concerning his divine throne, did not hesitate to give a portion of his source of time and life to Thalassa. Thalassa watched as Cronus walked alone through the deep river of time. His figure appeared lonely yet resolute amidst the flow of time. At the cost of her own power, Thalassa probed the trajectory of Cronus's fate. The moment Cronus finally learned the prophecy, complex emotions surged within him. He understood how his divine throne had been obtained, and he also knew how it would be lost. However, Cronus did not shrink back because of this. He decided to face this destined fate in his own way. He would strive even harder to protect his throne, using his wisdom and power to meet the challenges of the future. In the days that followed, Cronus remained constantly vigilant. He knew deeply that the wheel of fate turned ruthlessly, and he had to be prepared to face everything that was to come. After the prophecy was complete, Thalassa looked contentedly at the source of the divine domains in her hands. She knew these were the keys to her ascension to great divine power. She carefully put them away, preparing to embark on a new journey. She returned to her ocean current temple. In the early morning, Eos opened the gates of heaven, and golden sunlight spilled onto the earth. Helios, the sun god, boarded his fiery chariot and began his daily journey of divine duty. His light shone into every corner of the world, bringing vitality and life to all things. Above the clouds, the goddess of the sea watched all of this quietly. She was Thalassa, goddess of the salt sea. Seeing the work of Eos and Helios, some ideas welled up in her heart. She decided to use the power of the clouds to bring more change to the world. Thalassa began to exert her divine power, causing the clouds to accumulate and form thick layers. These clouds blocked the sunlight of Helios, causing the world to grow dim. People began to feel uneasy and fearful, not knowing what had happened. Helios saw the changes in the clouds and knew this was Thalassa's handiwork. He decided to communicate with Thalassa to understand her intentions. Thalassa told Helios that she hoped to create overcast days and dark nights through the changes in the clouds, so that Helios, the sun god, and Selene, the moon goddess, would have time to rest. The accumulation and collision of clouds would also generate wild thunder and lightning, creating storms and floods to wash and renew the world once more. Thalassa's prophecy came true. The sky was covered with dark clouds, wild winds howled, and torrential rain poured down. The flood swept in like a wild beast, submerging the earth, while people fled in terror, searching for safe places. The murky floodwaters ruthlessly scoured the earth, carrying away all life and hope. Houses collapsed, fields were submerged, and once prosperous cities were reduced to ruins. The earth trembled in the flood, as if groaning in pain. As time passed, the flood gradually receded, but the earth was left with deep scars. These deep gouges formed channels, and many rivers were born upon the earth. The murky waters surging through the earth flowed through subterranean channels into the depths, forming intricate underground rivers. From then on, groundwater and underground rivers formed deep within the earth. They became new sources of water, but also brought unknown dangers. However, this brought benefits to Gaia, goddess of the earth, and Oceanus. Their children, the 3,000 river gods, now had places to go, and their daughters had springs and water sources to govern. After being washed by the flood, the earth began to radiate new vitality. People began to rebuild their homes, striving to restore everything destroyed by the flood. But they knew that this catastrophe would be forever etched in their hearts, becoming a part of their history. The prophecies of the gods often come true, so Cronus always had to be careful in his responses. The king of gods, Cronus, became exceptionally cautious, his eyes filled with vigilance and anxiety. He watched his children at all times, fearing any sign of rebellion from them. In the palace, Cronus sat upon his throne, his brows tightly furrowed. His thoughts kept returning to the prophecy of Thalassa, and his heart was filled with fear. To prevent the prophecy from coming true, he decided to take extreme measures. He ordered his child, Hestia, to be imprisoned in the depths of the palace and placed under strict guard. He even forbade her from having any contact with the outside world, fearing that she might be influenced by external forces and betray him. However, Cronus's actions aroused Hestia's dissatisfaction and resistance. But Hestia had no other options. After all, Cronus was her father, so she could only seek help from her mother, Rhea. My noble mother, Rhea, goddess of time, I hope you can help me. Hestia, my child, I will try my best to have your father grant you enough freedom. After all, you are a goddess, and you should not be able to influence him. Having said this, Rhea walked toward the king of gods' temple. The queen of gods, Rhea, had eyes full of anxiety and worry. She knelt before the king of gods, Cronus, begging him to spare their child, Hestia. Rhea's voice was filled with motherly love and helplessness. She tried to persuade Cronus to make him understand that Hestia was innocent and should not be subjected to such punishment. However, the king of gods, Cronus, remained unmoved. His gaze was cold and firm, completely unaffected by Rhea's pleading. He believed that Hestia's existence posed a threat to his rule and that she must be eliminated. Seeing Cronus so resolute, Rhea was filled with despair. She knew that no amount of pleading would be of any use, and she had to find other ways to save Hestia. Thus, she decided to secretly seek help, hoping to find a way to step forward and save her child. However, the king of gods, Cronus, had never taken Rhea's request seriously. until Rhea stopped begging, because Cronus knew that only by eliminating all possibilities could he preserve his position as the king of gods, and there could not be the slightest mistake in this. When Eos, the goddess of dawn, opened the gates of heaven, and Helios drove the chariot of the sun across the sky, following its trajectory toward the river Oceanus, the king of gods, Cronus, patrolled the world of chaos during the day. His gaze was majestic and solemn, surveying everything in the world. His figure was tall and imposing, radiating powerful strength and dominance. At night, when the veil of darkness fell, Selene, the moon goddess, drove the moon-seeking white deer chariot across the sky of chaos, and the primal power of Eros enveloped everything. Driven by this power, Cronus felt a strong desire for the Queen of Gods. His eyes were filled with longing and frenzy, and his body moved involuntarily toward her. The Queen of Gods, Rhea, felt Cronus's desire, and her heart was filled with conflict and struggle. She knew she could not refuse the King of Gods' demands, yet she also felt a trace of unease and fear. However, under the influence of the primal power of Eros, she eventually yielded. As time passed, the Queen of Gods, Rhea, became pregnant again. This news spread throughout the world, causing concern and discussion among the gods. They were all guessing what kind of being this child would be and what changes he would bring to this world. Because of the prophecy of the sea goddess, Thalassa, the king of gods, Cronus, fell into deep panic. He widened his eyes, his heart filled with fear, because he did not know which of his children would become his nemesis, so he decided that no matter which child it was, he would eliminate this danger before it took shape. The Queen of Gods, Rhea, looked at Cronus's fear, her heart filled with helplessness. However, Cronus had been blinded by fear. He ignored the presence of the Queen of Gods. Rhea opened his huge mouth, and swallowed Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. Rhea let out a sorrowful cry, and her tears turned into an endless ocean. But Cronus, after swallowing Hestia, fell into an even deeper fear. He did not know what consequences his actions would bring. Because the little life in the Queen of Gods, Rhea's belly might be his destined nemesis, he glanced again at Rhea's belly. At this moment, the Queen of Gods, Rhea, gently stroked her swollen belly, her eyes filled with determination and motherly love. She looked directly at the King of Gods and said without flinching, "This child is my hope, the continuation of my life, and I will never allow you to harm him." The King of Gods frowned, a flicker of doubt and worry flashing in his eyes. He worried that this child would be like the ones before, becoming his nemesis and threatening his rule. However, faced with Rhea's resolute attitude, he also felt somewhat helpless. "Rhea, you must understand, everything I do is to protect my position as the King of Gods. I am not wrong. The fate of this child may have a significant impact on our future." The King of Gods tried to persuade Rhea. Rhea sneered and retorted, "Your protection. Your rule has already cost me one child, and this child may be our chance to change our destiny. I will not let you give him up easily." The King of Gods was silent for a moment, and eventually compromised. He knew that Rhea's maternal power was irresistible. "Fine, Rhea. But you must guarantee that this child will not become our threat." Rhea nodded, a flash of relief in her eyes. She knew this was a difficult struggle, but for the sake of her child, she was willing to give everything. However, what the Queen of Gods, Rhea, did not know was that this was only the beginning of her nightmare. After the infant inside the Queen of Gods, Rhea, absorbed enough divine power, she was about to be born. Gaia, goddess of the earth, and Thalassa, goddess of the salt sea, came to the temple again. Cronus stood in the temple, pacing back and forth anxiously, his gaze fixed tightly ahead, as if waiting for something. Finally, a divine light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire temple. Cronus's heart beat faster. He knew this divine light meant the birth of Demeter. From an infant, she instantly grew into a 17 or 18-year-old girl. This was just Demeter making first contact with the authority of the goddess of agriculture. Demeter appeared before Cronus, radiating a mysterious aura that made one unable to help but be captivated. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, stepped forward and saluted the King of Gods, Cronus. Cronus smiled and returned Demeter's greeting. When Cronus looked at his child, Demeter, there was a kind of gentleness and kindness revealed in Demeter's eyes. However, a sense of unease always lingered in Cronus's heart. His intuition regarding danger was becoming increasingly obvious. He felt that a powerful force was approaching. He tried to convince himself that this was just an illusion, but his inner self could never find peace. Looking at Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, before him, Cronus's eyes flashed with a flicker of complex emotion. Taking advantage of Ray's inattention, he once again opened his mouth wide and swallowed his child, Demeter. Rhea turned her head, only to find that Demeter had vanished. A look of terror and rage appeared on her face. She questioned Cronus, "Why did you do this? Demeter is our child." Cronus remained silent, his heart filled with conflict and pain. He knew his actions were cruel, but he also feared his children would overthrow his rule, just as he had once overthrown his father, Uranus. But she had no choice. The god king Cronus was her husband, the god king of the world of Koios. She was his god queen, and they shared the authority of the god king and queen of the world of Koios. She couldn't choose between her child and her beloved husband in this world of Greek mythology where blood ties were thin. God Queen Rhea chose the latter, her husband Cronus. Although she had lost 2 children, God King Cronus promised again that it would not happen next time. Rhea could only endure her grief and choose to forgive the God King once more. After all, he was her reliance as the God Queen. As Helios drove the chariot of the sun to fulfill his divine duties in the world of Koios, God King Cronus returned to his work as well. When Selene sought the moon once more, the desire between God King Cronus and God Queen Rhea was like a blazing fire that never extinguished. Their feelings were deep and passionate, and their mutual attraction was irresistible. Driven by the primal desire of Eros, they fell into a vortex of passion once again, deeply expressing their love for one another. After a period of gestation, God Queen Rhea's belly swelled once more as a new life grew quietly within her. The news spread throughout the divine realm, and the gods were filled with excitement and anticipation for the impending birth. Cronus and Rhea waited for the child's arrival with great joy, knowing well that this child would possess immense power and a noble mission. In the God Queen's bedchamber, Cronus gently stroked Rhea's belly, feeling the pulse of the new life. Together, they looked forward to the child's birth, hoping he would bring more glory and brilliance to the divine realm. Time passed unnoticed, and Rhea lay on the bed in her chamber, sweat drenching her forehead. Gaia and Thalassa waited anxiously by her side, their eyes filled with expectation and tension. Suddenly, a flash of divine light illuminated the entire chamber. Amidst the radiance, Hera, the white-armed, ox-eyed goddess, was born. Her body radiated powerful strength, and her eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. Rhea looked at Hera tiredly, her eyes filled with maternal love. Gaia and Thalassa also stepped forward, marveling at Hera's beauty and power. Hera opened her eyes and looked at the people around her. Her voice was crisp and loud. "I am Hera, the goddess in charge of marriage and childbirth." Rhea smiled, knowing that Hera would become a goddess of high divine power. Gaia and Thalassa were also happy about Hera's birth, believing she would bring new hope to the world. From then on, Hera began her mission. Using her power and wisdom, she protected marriage and childbirth. She became a goddess in the hearts of the people, receiving their respect and love. A sense of danger loomed over Cronus's heart like a shadow, fear and unease flickering in his eyes. He made that cruel decision once again, swallowing Hera, the goddess of marriage, into his belly. God Queen Rhea, having just given birth, witnessed this scene, her heart filled with rage and sorrow. Determination and resolve showed in Rhea's eyes as she rushed toward Cronus and engaged in a fierce argument with him. Her voice was full of power as she questioned Cronus's actions, accusing him of cruelty and heartlessness. "How could you treat Hera like this? She is the goddess of marriage, she is our child." Rhea's voice echoed in the air. A hint of pain and helplessness appeared on Cronus's face. He tried to explain his actions, but Rhea would not listen at all. "Your fear has made you lose your mind. Doing this will only bring more disaster." Rhea's tears burst forth. Cronus lowered his head in silence, knowing his actions had hurt Rhea, but the fear in his heart could not be dispelled. Fury burned in God Queen Rhea's eyes, and her power surged through her anger. She brandished her divine artifact, each strike carrying endless might, as she launched a frenzied attack on Cronus. Cronus felt Rhea's determination and no longer made light of her anger. He exerted his powerful divine energy, attempting to block Rhea's attacks. However, Ray's assault was as fierce as a storm, and Cronus gradually found it difficult to withstand. In the heat of the battle, Rhea continuously released immense power, her attacks becoming increasingly sharp. Cronus began to feel uneasy, realizing he might have underestimated Ray's strength. But Cronus did not back down. He decided to go all out and have a final showdown with Rhea. He unleashed even greater divine power to engage in a thrilling duel with her. The battle reached a fever pitch, with both sides exhausting all their skills. The entire world was shaken by their power, as if the apocalypse were approaching. When the battle reached its climax, God Queen Rhea ultimately lost by a narrow margin. In the world of Greek mythology, the power of goddesses was inherently inferior to that of gods, so Rhea could only condemn Cronus. The sky was filled with God Queen Rhea's wails for her children's misfortune, a shrill and tragic sound, as if it would tear the whole world apart. No matter where one was, the mother's radiant wailing for her children could be heard clearly, a sound filled with endless pain and despair. Ray's children had suffered great misfortune. The once dignified God Queen was no longer so elegant, she stood in the temple with disheveled hair. At this moment, Ray's heart bled and her soul trembled. Her wailing resounded through the clouds, moving heaven and earth. In those wails, people seemed to see Ray's grief-stricken face, her eyes filled with deep attachment and endless love for her children. Her wailing was a struggle against fate, an indictment of injustice, and the most soulful expression of maternal love. The wailing spread to every corner of the world, letting people feel the greatness and selflessness of maternal love. It also made people cherish their relatives and those around them more, for in this world, nothing is more precious or worth protecting than family. As Queen Rhea wailed, Thalassa paid little heed and began to organize her recent gains. She had harvested several godheads, though she had not yet integrated them. Thalassa looked at Rhea coldly, without a shred of pity in her heart. She knew this was the price of becoming a powerhouse, only by constantly fusing godheads could she become more powerful. Thalassa turned and walked into her palace. Sitting upon her throne, she began to carefully study these godheads. They radiated immense power, each representing different strengths and wisdom. Thalassa began to take out all the godheads. Among them, the godheads of the underworld river, groundwater, flood, and sewage converged, displaying incomparable power. The godhead of the underworld river was profound and mysterious, containing endless dark power that seemed capable of devouring everything. The godhead of groundwater represented the source of life, nourishing all things. The godhead of flood was violent and surging, its power capable of destroying anything that blocked its path. The godhead of sewage symbolized decay and depravity, its existence evoking disgust. However, when these four godheads united, their power reached a new height. They pushed Thalassa's ocean divinity of saltwater to the high rank of great divine power in one fell swoop, making it one of the most powerful godheads in the universe. Within Thalassa's ocean, the power of saltwater became incomparably mighty. Waves surged violently, whipping up massive tsunamis that crashed against the shores. The creatures within the ocean also felt this immense power, becoming more ferocious and strong. The rise of this power caught the attention of other godheads, who began to feel fear and awe toward Thalassa's ocean divinity of saltwater. Some godheads attempted to form alliances with it, while others tried to prevent its further growth. In the days to come, Thalassa's ocean divinity of saltwater would continue to play a vital role in the universe. Thalassa stood quietly in the temple, her body radiating a mysterious light. She integrated the godhead of prophecy into the godhead of fate. The godhead of fate instantly expanded, emitting an even more dazzling brilliance. With the elevation of the godhead of fate, Thalassa's power was greatly enhanced. She felt a closer connection to all things in the universe, as if she could control the variables within the godhead of fate. What Thalassa controlled were the variables of fate. Her godhead of fate was also extremely powerful. Unlike the inevitable fate of Ananke, the triple-bodied aspect of the goddess of night, Thalassa's godhead of fate was a fate that could be altered through prophecy, representing the changeability and uncertain unknown nature of destiny. However, Thalassa did not become arrogant or complacent. She knew deeply that the responsibilities of great divine power were even greater, and she needed to use her power more cautiously to bring more well-being to the world. In the following days, Thalassa began a new journey. She used her power to help those in need, guiding them toward the right path. She also used her wisdom to solve many problems that plagued the world, making it a better place. Through Thalassa's efforts, the world became increasingly prosperous. People were filled with gratitude and respect for her, regarding her as a great deity. After the godheads were integrated, Thalassa once again extracted the catastrophic divinity from her saltwater and temperature aspects. Thalassa decided to integrate them into her own body, allowing them to form a godhead of disaster. Thalassa extracted the primordial divine powers of tsunamis, tornadoes, typhoons, and rainstorms from the ocean divinity. This power contained elements such as tsunamis, tornadoes, typhoons, rainstorms, as well as floods and sewage. They constituted oceanic disasters. Whenever the god of the ocean was enraged, these elements would be released, bringing destruction and calamity. Meanwhile, the godhead of temperature also possessed terrifying powers such as high-temperature fires, severe cold, and frost. High-temperature fires could turn everything to ash, severe cold could freeze life, and frost could cause the earth to fall into a deathly silence. When the powers of these two godheads collided, the world would fall into chaos. The power of destruction and disaster would sweep across the land, destroying all life and civilization. Before this power, people seemed so small and powerless, only able to watch helplessly as their homes were destroyed. She sought to take her power to the next level. Closing her eyes, she began to channel her power, slowly integrating the godhead into her body. The process was agonizing, but Thalassa gritted her teeth and persisted. When the final godhead merged with her body, she felt a surge of immense power welling up in her heart. She opened her eyes, and a golden light flickered within them. Thalassa stood up, feeling her own power. She knew that she had become even stronger now, and she would become the master of this world. She walked out of the palace, looking at the world outside, her heart filled with confidence and pride. Thalassa, this master of the ocean, found that as her power grew day by day, the divine power she possessed became increasingly vast. Her godheads became incomparably powerful, having fused the ocean divinity and the godhead of fate of great divine power. In the depths of that vast, boundless ocean, Thalassa's figure appeared and disappeared. She controlled the rise and fall of the waves and manipulated the blowing of the sea breeze. Whenever she waved the scepter in her hand, the waves would surge, displaying endless power. Meanwhile, the threads of fate intertwined at her fingertips. She could perceive the trajectory of the fate of all things in the world and foresee the various possibilities of the future. Her decisions influenced the direction of countless lives, determining their rise and fall, glory and disgrace. However, as her godheads grew stronger, Thalassa also faced more challenges and trials. Thalassa, this deity possessing great divine power, not only controlled the climate but also held godheads of art and cuisine in the humanistic realm. As time passed, her power gradually increased. In terms of climate, Thalassa could summon wind and rain, regulating the alternation of temperatures and the unpredictable changes of wind and rain. She allowed warm temperatures to warm the earth and rain and dew to nourish all things, bringing vitality and vigor to the world. In the realm of art, Thalassa bestowed creativity and inspiration upon people. Under her protection, artists created countless outstanding works. Various fields such as music, painting, and literature shone with brilliant radiance. As for cuisine, Thalassa's godhead caused people to have higher pursuits for food. She made ingredients more delicious and cooking techniques more exquisite. Every delicacy people tasted was like a feast for the senses. With the gradual elevation of Thalassa's godheads, her influence grew greater and greater. People's worship and awe of her increased day by day, and she became the faith and hope in their hearts. In the early morning, Eos opened the gates of heaven, and golden morning dew scattered down, as if draping the earth in a brilliant veil. Helios drove the chariot of the sun, and the raging flames illuminated the entire sky as he passed through the territory of the sea goddess Thalassa. Helios greeted Thalassa warmly, his voice as loud as a booming bell. "Good morning, beautiful Lady Thalassa, goddess of the salt sea. Your ocean is truly magnificent and refreshing." Thalassa smiled and replied, "Good morning, radiant sun god Helios. Your chariot of the sun shines brilliantly, bringing warmth and light to the world." The two exchanged compliments, their gazes meeting as if countless sparks were flickering between them. Helios felt Thalassa's gentleness and beauty, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. He decided to invite Thalassa to travel with him and explore this magical world. Thalassa readily accepted Helios's invitation. She boarded the chariot of the sun, and together with Helios, they embarked on their journey. They passed through the clouds, flew over mountains, and arrived at a mysterious place. Here lay a beautiful garden, filled with all kinds of flowers, colorful and fragrant. Helios and Thalassa strolled through the garden, admiring the beautiful flowers and feeling the charm of nature. Suddenly, Helios discovered a unique flower. Its petals displayed 7 colors, emitting a charming glow. Helios plucked the flower and presented it to Thalassa, saying, "This flower is a gift for you. I hope you like it." Thalassa took the flower, her face brimming with a happy smile. She said, "Thank you, Helios. This is the most beautiful gift I have ever received." After the chariot of the sun had patrolled for a distance, Thalassa smiled and said, "Helios, your child is about to be born, isn't he?" "Yes, indeed, Lady Thalassa." As the two chatted, Helios furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. He turned to look at Thalassa, secretly wondering why her greeting had made him feel strange. The scene of Thalassa prophesying to the king of gods was still vivid in his memory, and all the gods had heard her words with their own ears. Could there be some hidden story he was unaware of? Helios's gaze became sharp. He stared intently at Thalassa, trying to find some clues in her expression. However, nothing could be discerned from Thalassa's face. She merely smiled, a hint of mystery revealing itself in her eyes. The doubt in Helios's heart grew stronger. He decided to find an opportunity to ask Thalassa privately to get to the bottom of it. He knew well that in the world of the gods, any anomaly could signal a major upheaval. As the sun god, he had a responsibility to maintain the world's balance and order. After leaving the chariot of the sun, Thalassa said, "Phaethon, is that unfortunate fellow about to be born?" He was the son of the sun god Helios, the god of light who drove the chariot of the sun. Due to a momentary lapse in judgment, he allowed the solar fire to descend upon the human world, causing widespread damage. The raging flames ravaged the earth, and people fled in all directions, screaming in terror. The god of light gazed at the tragic scene below, his heart filled with regret and self-reproach. He knew his mistake and decided to take responsibility, trying his best to make amends. However, Zeus did not let Phaethon bear the burden. Instead, he stripped the sun god Helios of his power and bestowed it upon one of his twin sons, the sun god, though at this moment, Zeus was still being conceived. In the prophecy, Phaethon brandished the divine staff in his hand, attempting to control the fire, but the power of the divine fire was too overwhelming, and his efforts seemed futile. Yet, he did not give up. He kept trying, searching for a way to solve the problem. Under his persistence, the fire was finally gradually brought under control, but it could not be extinguished. The god of light sat wearily on the clouds, watching the scorched earth below, his heart filled with pain. He knew that his mistake had brought a great catastrophe to the human world, and he had to be responsible for his actions. But perhaps that time would be more suitable for the birth of winter, to help people rebuild their homes. Thalassa thought about using the divinity of cold and frost to create winter snow when the time came. What a wonderful thing it would be to welcome the 4 seasons, so she did not intend to remind the sun god Helios. After all, this also concerned her own divine path. When the time came, she could use this to create the order of the 4 seasons, time, years, months, and days, further advancing her divine power and transforming the divinity of climate into the order of the 4 seasons. The sea goddess Thalassa stood by the seaside, gazing at the surging ocean, her heart filled with anticipation. She knew that Phaethon, the child of Helios and Clymene, was about to be born, and this child would bring great changes to the world. Thalassa returned to her temple and sat on her throne, waiting quietly. Her heart was filled with joy and excitement because she knew her divine duty as a midwife would advance further, and Phaethon symbolized the raging god of light. This child's divine office complemented Thalassa's divinity of fire. After a while, Thalassa sensed a powerful force coming from afar. She knew this was the signal that Phaethon was about to be born. She stood up, walked out of the temple, and looked into the distance. She saw a dazzling light appear in the sky. This light grew brighter and brighter, finally illuminating the entire world. Thalassa watched this light, her heart filled with joy and excitement. She knew this child would be a part of her divine power. However, if Helios were to belong to her in the future, she might consider sparing the lives of Helios and Phaethon. But for now, it was just a thought. Thalassa hurried to the Sun Temple, her heart beating fast, for she knew the birth of this child would be a significant moment. When she entered the temple, she saw Clymene lying on the bed, crying out in pain. Thalassa immediately went to her side, comforted her, and told her that everything would be alright. Thalassa began to prepare for the delivery. She lit incense, filling the room with a soothing aroma. She wiped Clymene's forehead with a soft towel to make her feel more comfortable. Then, she began to guide Clymene on how to breathe and push, helping her deliver the child smoothly. After some effort, Phaethon was finally born. He was a healthy and strong boy with a loud cry. Thalassa held him in her arms, feeling immense happiness and satisfaction. She handed Phaethon to Clymene, letting her see her child. Clymene looked at Phaethon, her eyes filled with maternal love and joy. Thalassa cleaned Phaethon's body and wrapped him in a soft blanket. She placed Phaethon beside Clymene, letting the mother and child snuggle together. Thalassa watched them, her heart filled with blessings and hope. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.